little be able
All
to
right.
know about these deep different subjects like black holes and nebulas.
Right.
So me and my mom
Well,
definitely
Libby, if you could
talking
give
about
me,
that.
if you give me a minute, there's something I need to discuss with Cameron, who's here. And I got your, Cameron, I received your email in which you said you like galaxies so much. And I'm glad to see you here. But I did want to give you my response to your email. And the
Fantastic.
response,
Okay,
Cameron,
I'm
is
ready.
that okay, the response is I hate galaxies. In fact, let me tell you, when I'm out there comet hunting,
They're a big distraction
and
for you.
a galaxy finds its way. A galaxy finds its way into the. Well, I'll finish this later. I have to answer the phone, so.
Is that your call, David? Oh yeah, he's on a call. It's good to see you, Libby, and everyone. I see Jerry.
Good to see you guys too. It's the 60th anniversary.
Okay, I'm back.
You bet.
60th star
Anyway,
party,
I
not
wanted to tell you
anniversary.
a little story.
60th star party.
Yep.
I got.
Hi, Cameron.
Hey.
I read your letter that you like galaxies, and I wanted to say that I hate galaxies.
I'm working on a document up. I'm going to be
And
not showing
what
my
happens
face.
is when I'm out comet hunting, when I'm out
Yes, David,
searching for comet, a galaxy comes into the field of view. You know what I have to do? Because I hate it so much, I jump out of the observatory, get on my bicycle, and I ride as fast as I can to the end of the driveway. And then I turn the bicycle around and ride fast as I can back to the observatory, hoping that the telescope has moved so that the galaxy isn't there anymore. And anyway, so that's what I wanted to say. And this isn't working as well as I had hoped.
I love it. I love it. yeah. No, I can imagine. It's you know, and especially when you're looking through, you know, you get. I'm sure you're very familiar with the Virgo cluster as you're combing through the skies, and so so whenever there's
I hate the Virgo cluster almost as much as anything.
Exactly, because that's a lot of distraction.
I hate the our own galaxy takes 225 million years to turn around its axis just once. And I know that I'm not going to be alive to watch it do one turn unless I eat all my vegetables and listen to all of Libby's lectures that she gives. And but everything else, and but anyway, Cameron, welcome to the Star Party. And I take back everything I said about it.
I just said.
Thank you, David. I love it. I love the story.
Carrol.
That's great. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. No, it's really neat because you know, there's so many different natural wonders. You know, as we look at the sky and nature, and you kind of put in, you know, you have certain filters as you're exploring the sky when you're looking for certain objects. So I can, you know, I tend to be automatically attracted to galaxies. Anytime I'm looking at globular clusters or you know, like for example, M13, right? There's NGC 6702, I think it is, within the same field. I automatically, you know, it's so much fainter and so much more obscure, but yet it just takes me to that place, you know, where it's like, wow, you know, you get this feeling that of the vastness of the universe. It's a nice journey. And
one of my favorites is Caroline Herschel's galaxy, NGC 253. It's actually kind of difficult to see. It's very diffuse, but it's a beauty down there in the southern sky.
yeah, I was just looking at combing through the galaxies a couple of days ago, and in Pegasus. Pegasus has a lot of nice galaxies in that area, and yeah, really subtle. You know, they're nothing. You can't see much structure. I only have an 8-inch, you know, but you can see some slightly different structures. You see some are like higher density center, some are more edge on, and just really subtle differences. And then you start thinking about the size of these and the vastness. It's really humbling, and it's a neat experience. I love you know, just looking at those faint fuzzies, if you can call it that, you know.
Yeah, it's just so lovely to see these things. Now let's see what we've got here. We're having quite a bit of rain today.
How are you?
Yeah, boy, it's coming down. We had almost an inch last night, or 3/4 of an inch, and we've got 1/2 an inch today. And I'm going to show you a picture Wendy just took, if I can find it.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Carol. Nice to see you.
Oh, how you doing? Good to see you again.
Yeah, I'm sorry to everyone that I got the schedule out so late. I had it finished, and then it was like one thing hit me right after the other, and then I was getting these messages. Scott, are you sending out the schedule?
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
because you were early. You were early with the first on Saturday night already with the RSVP, and then was like, oh, okay. And then of course I saw David's reply, and he was right away responding. So I was like, okay. And then I piled on with my Galaxy thing,
Right.
and now here we are. But it's great. Hey, we're all here. We got it out.
Yeah.
Cool. We wouldn't miss a
Thank you.
60th ever.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I'm going to try to show you Wendy's picture of the mushroom. We actually get mushrooms here, and if I could share my
The mushroom galaxy.
for a second. Scotty, if you'd let me share for a second, I'd like to show you the.
Yeah. Sure. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, do you see this? There's just on the right side. Do you see everybody?
Not there yet.
That's a mushroom.
Not there yet. Give it a second. There it is. Wow, what is that? That's a mushroom?
That's Wendy's mushroom that is growing in our desert with all the, you can see all the growth that's growing. We've had so much rain this summer. Right now, it's not even a desert anymore. Everything's just growing. Anyway,
What kind of mushroom is it?
The mushroom. And that's why I hate galaxies, because they run.
Because of that? That's right.
Okay, I will try to stop sharing.
All right.
And
Yeah, I can do it for you. There we go.
oh, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, somehow
We've got people who've already logged in. We've got Book Davies, Wajdi Gazara is on from Tunisia. Matthew Walshy is on, and Martin Eastburn, howdy, Book, and Wajdi. Wajdi wants to talk about exoplanets and aliens. We'll have to create a whole show for that sometime, Wajdi, but not this one. This one is about the local group of galaxies. So, but there might be aliens out there. You don't know. Let's see. And we have Brian Fanning checking in from New Jersey. We have, let's see, Chris Larson, Barry Allen from the Allen Observatory, Marvin Huddleston. Found this by accident. Thank you, Martin, or Marvin, excuse me. Hope you enjoy it. Let's see. Mike Wiesner from cloudy and stormy Arizona. Must be storming where you are too, David, right? And Jim's Astro. And that's all that's on chat right now. Jeff Wise. But it is our 60th Global Star Party. So Libby was saying it's our 60th anniversary. I guess it is in a way. You know, I think of 60 anniversaries as like 60 years old, which this is not, but but we did pack in a lot of star parties in just a little bit over a year. So, you know, so that's all cool. And Pekka's here with us. Great. So who do we have on right now? Yes. Wonderful. And for those of you who are watching, if you would kindly share and like and subscribe to this, that would be great. It helps spread the educational outreach aspect of this program. And, you know, so that's why we do it. Well, hello, everybody. This is Scott Roberts from the Explore Alliance and Explore Scientific, and it is our 60th Global Star Party. So we're glad that if you've watched many of these or all of these, thank you for your always being there. We have presenters here who have done almost every Global Star Party, and David Levy is certainly one of those. I was, I was reading an entry in Facebook recently about a post that Alan Stern, planetary scientist Alan Stern, put up, and he's the principal investigator for New Horizons. He's been on a couple of our programs, but he put out some information in support of people who have had cancer and the problem of, treatments for cancer and stuff, and what it can do to families and friends and stuff like that. And one of the things that I know is that as we go through our lives as amateur astronomers and friends, it's important to be there in the good times and the tough times. And some of these people that are here have had those kind of rough times. And we have somebody that's turned on a, there we go. There we go, we fixed it. Anyways, I just wanted to let you all know that if you're listening or participating, that we always want to be there for you and give you support. This was the reason, it was the genesis for the idea of having Global Star Party in the first place, is to give astronomers a place to go during lockdowns of the pandemic. And so. But Global Star Party is still going strong, and I expect that programs like this will continue on long after the pandemic has left us. So, but David Levy and I have bonded on over several different things, and his adventures in astronomy, his good times, his tough times, but he's always been a great friend. And the kind of real friend that you can always count on. And so I'm really honored and pleased and happy to call David Levy my friend. David, thank you so much for coming all the way through to 60 star parties and to be there for all the rest of our special programs that we've done. He's done way more than 60 presentations with us. And David has been with many astronomy clubs and giving lectures and stuff. He deserves like some sort of giant, bowling level championship statue to put on his mantle, because I don't know of anybody else that is as prolific as David is in presenting as he does. So David, thank you very much for coming on. And I'm going to give the stage over to you.
Well, thank you, Scotty. And I was actually a little concerned as you were going on, because Kent has just gone up and stormed out of the room there. And I wanted to say hi to Kent, who is here, to Libby, and to Cameron. Mm-hmm. And the interesting thing is that Cameron and I were having a little bit of fun, because he specified in his letter to you that he would be coming because he really likes galaxies. And I thought, well, let's take the logical, philosophical opposite to that argument. What if you don't like galaxies? So I waited till he was on today, and I said, well, I hate galaxies. And Cameron said, what do you mean you hate galaxies? And I said, well, when I'm out comet hunting and a galaxy comes into the field of view, for example, the Andromeda galaxy, or one of the Coma Virgo clusters of galaxies, or Caroline Herschel's galaxy, NGC 653. I get so angry that I jump out of the observatory, leave the telescope, I get on my bicycle, and I ride as fast as I can to the end of the driveway. And then I turn the galaxy, I turn the bicycle around and run right all the way back, hoping that when I get back to the telescope, the galaxy will be gone. But it usually isn't. So I just have to get used to it. And anyway, Cameron and the others didn't buy this for a second. They knew that I love galaxies as much as they do. And I love looking at them. I love photographing them. I love, even though I'm the world's worst astrophotographer, Libby takes much better pictures than I do. And I see she's smiling in agreement there. Anyway, but I do have a poem for you today. And there's another story of that. It's William Wordsworth's poem, Stargazers. And I included it in my master's thesis about Gerard Manley Hopkins in the introductory chapter. And I put it in, and Dr. Mackenzie, may he rest in peace, my thesis supervisor at the time, he let me keep the poem in, but he put a comment at the bottom of the poem, and he said, Wordsworth has written some wretched verse. And I still laugh at that. I think when we talked about it, I just broke out laughing right in his office. And I think I said, how can you say that Wordsworth wrote some awful poetry? And he said, well, he did. So I'm going to quote you part of William Wordsworth's awful poem, Stargazers. Not going to quote the whole thing, but I'm going to quote a little bit of it. And I hope you all go screaming into the night, and you just might. What crowd is this? What have we here? We must not pass it by. A telescope upon its frame and pointed to the sky. Long is it as a barber's pole or mast of a little boat, some little treasure skiff that doth on the Thames waters float. The showman chooses well his place, 'tis Leicester's busy square, and he's happy in his night, for the heavens are blue and fair. Calm though impatient is the crown, each is ready with the feed, and envies him that's looking. What an insight must it be! Yet, showman, where can lie the cause? Shall thy implement have blame? A boaster that when he is tried fails and is put to shame. Does then a deep and earnest thought the blissful mind employ of him who gazes or is gazed, a grave and steady joy, that doth reject all show of pride, admits no outward sign, because not of this noisy world, but silent and divine. Whatever be the cause, 'tis sure that they who pry and pour seem to meet with little gain, seem less happy than before. One after one they take their turns, nor have I one espied that doth not slackly go away, as if dissatisfied. And I'm really surprised that all of you are still here and you haven't all run screaming into the night from that awful poem, but it still is one of my favorites. It brings to mind a lot of people who look for a telescope that they buy at a store, and it just isn't much. It's a disappointment.
Oh.
But in my mind, I have never, ever looked through a telescope and have been disappointed, no matter what, any telescope. And as we go through the night tonight, let's think of all the fun we've had looking through these wonderful telescopes. And I'll leave it to you, Scotty, with just this final comment.
Okay.
That after I leave my observatory at night, seriously, having seen the galaxies and other things that I'm looking at, and I close the building up, I like to imagine that the telescopes therein are talking to each other. What did David show us tonight? What did we show him? What did we fail to show him? And what could we do next time that's better?
Right.
Thank you, and back to you, Scott.
Thank you, David. Thank you so much. Well, that's great. Up next, we are going to go right to Carrol Orge from the Astronomical League. Carrol is the president of the Astronomical League. He has been with the league for, I don't know, many years. How long would you say, Carrol?
Maybe 25. I don't know. I lost count a few years ago.
Yeah, yeah, but almost ever since I've been involved with the league myself,
Yeah.
Carol's been there, so and he's done so many different things, and he's always been vigilant in support of the league and working with amateur astronomers and all different aspects of the complexities of the league, because now the league has expanded again. You're over 20,000 members at this point. I think 22,000 and change or something, and still growing. You have all these observing programs. You have all these awards, and you have a responsibility to, was it 200 or 300 clubs that's out there? So it's
well over 300 now. Yes.
wow. I mean, it's the biggest thing going, and it takes a lot of energy, a lot of passion, a lot of knowledge to run something like that. So my hat's off to you, Carrol. That's great. So
Thank you, Scott. And we've received so many compliments about our Alcon 2021 virtual that Scott and Explore Scientifically so graciously helped us with technologically. I can't believe for a virtual convention we would have 600 people register. And so it was a real success. Thanks in large part to the various social media venues that it was on. So well done, Scott. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. It was a pleasure to play a role in that, but really it was the organization of it. It was the speakers, it was just a fantastic event. If you didn't attend during the live presentation, you can watch it again, because there's a lot of information that you can learn from that particular Alcon event. So
it was truly an international event. We had speakers. In fact, I'll say more about it when we get to the questions, because there's one
sure,
appropriate from there.
Right. Now, this is our 60th. This is our 60th event. I asked Kent to come on just for a second to talk about the special door prize that we're going to do for this 60th.
Hi, Scott. Scott popped me on this about 60 seconds ago. And about
I
3
thought that
minutes.
was enough time since it's our 60th anniversary.
Yeah, exactly. So I tried to think very quickly of something that had a 60 in it, and we don't really have anything with a 60 in it. So the closest I could come up with something with a 62 in it, and that would be a 62-degree eyepiece.
There you go.
go.
Close enough to 60, we'll deal with it. So it's we have eyepieces are sold out. We're starting to get stock back in of lots of stuff.
I got an idea, Kent, not to interrupt you.
Go ahead, Jerry.
I did interrupt you, but we could give, could we give, I don't know if I'm going to make you mad, Scott. I'm going to say 2 eyepieces, 62, and we subtract 2 from 62 and we get 60.
All right. You guys are killing me.
That's
like where this was heading. I think let's go with it.
That's
all right. Let's roll with that.
That's new math. That's like what they're teaching in school today.
That's real. It's real math.
That's real math. Okay.
Right.
So we're going to give away 2 prizes. They're going to be 62-degree, 14-millimeter eyepieces, which is effectively the only eyepiece in 62 range we have in stock at all. So it's a $149 value. They're waterproof. They come with the great Explore scientific warranty, and a nice high-powered, a nice view. So we'll work with anybody's telescope. So
the thing is, they'll fit in that binocular mount too, right?
That's correct. They'll fit in the binocular.
And you need 2 of them for that, right? Correct.
And so the Bino Viewer is available only. We'll take this moment for this commercial break. The Bino Viewer is available only for Explore Alliance members. So if you want to get in on the Bino Viewers, send an email to Explore Alliance at explorescientific.com. Annie will get you set up with an Explore Alliance paid membership. The legacy membership doesn't get this deal. You'll have to get the paid one. but there's great benefits. So end of commercial, back to the giveaway. 62-degree, 14-millimeter eyepieces. And I guess we need to come up with questions to give them away too. So
we'll let the league do that. They're all set.
okay. So
Yep.
Carol, you got a question? Go ahead.
Yeah, I've got a few here. So let's get started. And congratulations again, David, on 60. You've attended each one of these. And I know you've been all over the place, other places too. So well done on being to so many of these events. It's outstanding. Okay, let me share my screen here.
Thanks, Carol.
Sure. Okay, can everybody see my screen?
Yeah, there's some sort of noise in the background.
Everybody's smashing on a keyboard, it sounds like. Everybody who's not currently speaking should mute themselves.
Yes.
Okay. We start with the normal precautionary slide, which says if you win a door prize that's going to be looking toward the sun with some kind of an instrument, make sure you have proper filtering. So just want to make sure that's there. And now we've got the answers from the last GSP, which was August 24th, 2021. Number one, in 1967, this graduate student stumbled upon a pulsing radio signal that turned out to be a new class of objects consisting of rapidly spinning neutron stars that were created in supernova explosions. Who is she? That's Jocelyn Bell Burnell. She was our keynote speaker from England, just had such an impressive resume, and she blazed lots of trails during her early years and continues to. Of course, was the founder, discovered pulsars, so we were honored to have her. Number two, who designed the optical arrangement that is parabolic primary mirror and a flat secondary mirror tilted at 45 degrees to the primary used in this telescope shown to my left? The answer is Isaac Newton. This is just a Newtonian reflector on a mounting designed by John Dobson. So that's just updating the Dobsonian design, but it makes it a lot easier to maneuver. So that's a good improvement. And finally, number three, Johann Gottfried Galle was the first person to observe a famous object and know what he was seeing. What was the object? The answer is Neptune. He used coordinates provided to him by French astronomer Urbain Le Verrier, who is credited along with John Adams for the discovery. We have had several winners from that last start party, and their names will be added to the August list of door prize winners. And then we'll draw a grand prize after tonight's results are known. Josh Kovac, Cameron Gillis, Andrew Corkill, Book Davies, Adrian Bradley, and Neil Cox. And about half of those people are on this broadcast right now. Some very familiar.
That's right. So congratulations,
They
everybody.
just keep on coming back, don't they, Scott?
Yes, they do.
That's wonderful.
Yes, they do.
And now, questions for tonight, and send your answers to secretary@astroleague.org.
So Carol,
Yes.
a question real quick.
Sure.
So the people who answer tonight will be entered into the drawing for the two eyepieces we're giving away, and they will be entered into the monthly drawing, correct?
Oh, yeah, that sounds good. If you want that on top of that, that's great.
Okay.
Okay, sounds good. So some double opportunities here tonight. Question number one, what momentous space event occurred on October 4th, 1957? What momentous space event occurred on October 4th, 1957? Send your answers to secretary@astroleague.org. Question number two, Who is the oldest person to fly in space? Who is the oldest person to fly in space? And finally, the Summer Triangle asterism features the stars Vega, Deneb, and Altair. What constellations are each of them found in? The Summer Triangle asterism features the stars Vega, Deneb, and Altair. What constellations are each of them found in? And again, send your answers to secretary@astroleague.org. And before I sign off, the next Astronomical League live event, number 9, is happening on Friday night, September 17th at 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Our featured speaker will be Claude Plymate from Astronomical Adaptive Optics. So that should be a very interesting program.
Yes.
So mark your calendars now. And I think that's it. Back to you, Scott.
Great. Wonderful. Okay. Well, it's always a pleasure to have the Astronomical League on. And if you have not joined the Astronomical League, certainly consider doing so. You can go to Astro League, and I'll put in the link here, astroleague.org. So if you are a person that's not associated with any club, you can join as a member at large, or you can join up with a club that is an Astronomical League club, and there's plenty of them. There's over 300 of them in the United States. And as I mentioned before, or have mentioned before, if you're an international astronomer and you'd like to be part of the league, can't blame you for that, for sure. Join as a Astronomical League member at large as well, and you can participate in all their live programs for sure. Their observing programs, their awards, all of that stuff. So,
and we have something for everybody, whether you're a beginner, whether you live in an urban area, whether you live in the darkest skies around, or whether you just want another challenge. There's something there for everyone.
That's right. That's right. And you'll be part of the biggest thing going in astronomy. So up next is Molly Wakeling. Molly runs a program called Astronomolly. She is a fixture in the astrophotography world. I met Molly for the first time at the Advanced Imaging Conference, where she was holding up, an image that I think is actually still one of her favorite images of the Rho Ophiuchus region. Molly is also a winner of the Wilhelmina Fleming Award from the Astronomical League, which is a new astrophotography award for women, which is wonderful. She frequently appears on Global Star Party. So Molly, thank you for coming back, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Scott. Yeah, I'm happy to be back, and I was very thrilled to receive the first, especially the first ever instance of that Wilhelmina Fleming Award, and I hope it continues long into the future, and more women are inspired to get into astrophotography as a result of being more well recognized. So, happy to be back, and I do have that printed copy of the Rho Ophiuchus region hanging in my living room. It's still basically my favorite image. I haven't quite topped it yet. Thank you.
Yes.
So I will go ahead and share my screen here. Since tonight is focused on the local group of galaxies, and I did Andromeda last time, I decided to talk about Messier 33. This time, another member of the local group of galaxies, also known as the Triangulum Galaxy. So what is the Triangulum Galaxy? So it is a spiral galaxy. It is Messier number 33, or the New General Catalog number 598. It's oftentimes listed as the Pinwheel Galaxy in public outreach sources, including the Sky Safari app, interestingly enough. and other places, but generally the Pinwheel Galaxy is accepted to be Messier 101 as opposed to Messier 33, and which is more properly known as the Triangulum Galaxy due to its location in the small constellation of Triangulum. It's the third largest member of the local group after the Milky Way and the Andromeda Galaxy. And this is the image in the background of this slide is a massive Hubbell mosaic. So Hubbell has a very small field of view, so it can image very distant and very small things, but is occasionally used to image larger objects, but you have to mosaic. I don't know how many frames went into this, but an awful lot, judging by the size of the jagged line frames along the edges. So really an incredible image. The rest of the images in the slideshow are mine. Well, the pictures anyway. All right, so where can one find M33? So it is in well into the northern sky. It's almost circumpolar at 40 degrees north latitude, but not quite. I believe it is circumpolar probably when you get up further north into Canada. But the way that you find it is it's actually not too far from Andromeda. It's if you go to the Great Square of Pegasus, and the Triangulum constellation is not super easy to spot. It's just 3 stars and they're all magnitude 3 or less. So it's probably easier to look for that Great Square and to look for the star Merak, which is kind of the next bright star up the leg or something of Pegasus, maybe one of the wings. And it kind of makes a line with Hubbell down here, bright star in Aries. That's pretty easily recognizable as well. Pretty much makes a line between those 2 stars, and it's about halfway in the middle. So that's how you can find it. As far as where it's at with relation to us from a broader perspective, this is a zoomed in version of the map of the local group. So I realized I have my mouse on the wrong screen for when I was doing all of that pointing. Here is the Milky Way, our own galaxy, and up outside of the plane of the galaxy, which is why we see it kind of far away from the main band of Milky Way, is both the Andromeda Galaxy and M33 and a whole host of little dwarf galaxies and whatnot up over here. So it's kind of, so it's physically relatively near to M31 and may actually be gravitationally bound to M31, but that is still to be determined. But it is moving closer to M31 and may have interacted with it in the past, since there is actually a trail of hydrogen gas that connects the 2 galaxies over, I forgot to look up how many light years it is, but it's quite a good distance. So that's pretty fascinating. So some fast facts about Messier 33. It's obviously in the constellation Triangulum. It's 2.73 million light years away, so galactically speaking, quite close. It's the second nearest major galaxy after the Andromeda Galaxy at 2.5 million light years away. It was discovered, actually, a lot of discoveries were made kind of in that 1760s period by Messier and others. This one was discovered a little earlier by an Italian astronomer, Giovanni Battista Odierna, in sometime before 1694. And it was independently discovered by Messier later on in 1764 and included in his catalog. It has an apparent magnitude of 5.7. So, because it is quite large on the sky, it actually makes it a relatively dim, kind of diffuse target that can be a little difficult to observe visually. It has a diameter of 60,000 light years, which is about 60% the diameter of the Milky Way galaxy, which is 100,000 light years. So it's smaller than both Andromeda and the Milky Way. And it has about 1/10 of the stars that the Milky Way has. And Andromeda Galaxy has about 10 times more stars than the Milky Way. So about a 100th of the number of stars that Andromeda has. But it's still a very, very, very impressive and incredible galaxy with the stars that it does have. So one cool fact I wanted to share about M33 is that it is one of several sources in the sky, several galactic sources of maser emission. And masers are sort of like lasers, except that they're microwave wavelength as opposed to optical or near infrared wavelength. And in this case, the gas that's being excited and that the stimulated emission is coming from is actually water, which I think is extremely cool. So it's as opposed to being amplified multiple times inside of a resonant cavity, it's multiplied a single time. I did a little bit of reading and the exact mechanism was sort of unclear, but this tends to happen in, well, really a variety of astrophysical sources, but the place where it's been observed in M33 is in ultra-compact H2 regions, H2 being another name for hydrogen alpha, that are embedded in molecular clouds around kind of the edges of M33. And the wavelength for the particular emission that has been observed is in the 22 gigahertz range, or which is 1.3 centimeters. So anybody who knows anything about radio wavelengths, these numbers will be relatively high frequency for radio, but much, much lower frequency than optical light. So that puts it very handily into the microwave range. So let's see, I guess I forgot to actually finish making this slide. Well, so it like lasers, stimulated emission works by, you have an atom in an excited state, so it has some extra energy in the electrons that are floating around it, and a photon of the same wavelength as the distance between the excited state and the lower energy state, the ground state, will come in and it will perturb that excited state enough to cause it to drop down to the ground state sooner than it ordinarily would have. And then that produces a photon of that same wavelength, of that same energy. And so now you have two photons of that stimulation frequency. And then it goes on to the next excited state atom and does the same thing. And soon you have this amplification of photons on a single wavelength. And that's what kind of marks it being a maser as opposed to just random radio emissions. So yes, these things occur naturally in nature, which is super cool. First time I read about it, was like, what? I thought laser stuff only existed in laboratories. So it's really cool. Another really fascinating area of M33 that you can go explore visually or with a camera is MGC 604, which is this incredible, enormous nebula in M33. And it's large enough that when we take pictures of M33, it's very obvious. You can see it. It's extremely bright. It's an emission region, so new stars are born here. It was discovered by William Herschel in 1784. And it's so bright that if it were the same distance from us that the Orion Nebula is, it would be brighter than Venus.
Wow.
Which is, I mean, you would be able to see a nebula almost during the day. Like that's so hard to imagine. It's just an enormous, extremely bright nebula. And you can go observe M33 and just look at this nebula and look for some of the globular clusters too, if you have a large telescope. Or even just if you have a small field of view astrophotography set up, you can go image just this. I mean, you're not going to be quite as zoomed in as this Hubbell image here, but you should still be able to get some nice detail.
Yeah. Beautiful.
So sorry.
I said beautiful.
Yeah, it's a really very intricate region as well. So I always like to show these objects in other wavelengths because we're used to thinking about optical light, but there's a lot of different features and characteristics in other wavelengths of light. So the first image over here is the 21 centimeter line hydrogen radio emission. This was an image made by the Very Large Array and the National Radio, I forget, the Green Bank Telescope, the Green Bank Telescope Array. Yeah, so you can see how there's actually there's not a lot of radio from the core, but from all of these hydrogen regions kind of in the outer edges of it where a lot of star formation is happening. In the infrared image here from Spitzer, you see even different structures than we can see visually. That's largely because infrared light pierces through the dust clouds and the gas clouds. And so we can see structure all the way in toward the core and see a lot more than we can see visually. So looking at infrared images is always fun as well. This is an ultraviolet image from Swift, and it actually looks remarkably like the optical image, but a little bit less filled in. And then I had to reach into a piece of software called Aladdin that I have that has overlays for a wide variety of space telescopes and ground-based telescopes. And the only real X-ray emission in M33 is from the core. I'm guessing this is probably from the black hole. I don't know if these are jets or if this is like quote unquote lens flare, even though there's not like a glass lens for X-ray telescopes, but it might be some kind of jets, but I didn't have time to go look into it. And some other brightly glowing sources as well that are probably very hot young stars or possibly some other interesting phenomena going on there. So if you want to go observe M33, it's definitely a good target to hit up on a regular basis. It's available for a wide portion of the year. I put September through March down just as like the time when it's visible in the first half of the night, if you don't want to stay up until 3 in the morning to observe it. So it's available for much of the year. It is visible naked eye in dark locations. Most people say that it's the most distant object you can see naked eye. I would counter that with the fact that I have a 99% confidence level that I have observed M51 naked eye from Green Bank, West Virginia. So I have to go see how many other people have achieved that. But yeah, it is visible naked eye in dark locations. It's actually used as kind of a benchmark for how pristine the skies are where you are as to whether you can see it naked eye. It makes for a nice fuzzy blob in telescopes and binoculars. You can make out the spiral shape using larger, somewhat like modest instruments, maybe like 8 inches, and possibly find some detail in some of the larger H2 regions. It is difficult to observe visually because it is so large and diffuse, but you'll be able to make out some of the spiral shape when using an appreciable telescope under appreciably dark skies. And larger telescopes, like 16 inches or larger, can actually go hunt down globular clusters that are in the vicinity that surround M33. So that's probably, I haven't tried that myself, but it sounds like a fun task. Photographically, it is quite large in the sky, so not quite as large as Andromeda, but you do need a larger field of view. So this is one of the few really good refractor targets among galaxies. So if you have a refractor, this is a good one to go after. So you do need some longer exposures, but it is definitely, I'd say it's probably easier to image than M31, but harder to image than a lot of other things because of its low surface brightness. It's best done in wideband because it's a galaxy. It's not going to have a lot of detail in the narrowband emissions, but there's a lot of star forming regions in there. So you can definitely add some really nice context and detail by taking some hydrogen alpha data and mixing that in with your wideband, especially on those star forming regions. So I wanted to share, this is one of the other pictures I have printed out in my living room that I got printed out at AIC, the Advanced Imaging Conference. This one was not done with my own gear. And it's clear by that because this is by far the highest quality image that I own. This was with a telescope down at Deep Sky West. And I'm realizing now I forgot to put what the telescope was, but it was a plane wave 14-inch CDK, corrected Dahlkirkham, using an FLI Kepler 4040, which is just this insane, super expensive camera, Astrodon LRGB filters. It's all mounted on a Paramount Taurus 400. This is about 5 hours worth of data over a single night back in November 2018. And this was some time donated to me by Astrodon in conjunction with Tolga Astro and Optical Structures in exchange for me writing up about the experience of using the Astrodon filters and how much I am so in love with this image. I just got some really, really incredible detail. And the thing I love about imaging M33 is you can actually resolve a large number of individual stars. With the exception of some of these stars that have diffraction spikes, a lot of these stars, especially the ones in the galaxy, are in that galaxy 2.7 million light years away. And yet I can resolve them here with a 14-inch telescope, which is admittedly a high-end telescope, but it's not like Hubbell. You know, it is a telescope that one could own given enough money.
Right.
So, and here's NGC 604, which would just be really cool to kind of zoom in on an image because it's got lots of intricate detail. It's like a smaller version, well, from our perspective, a smaller version of the Tarantula Nebula, basically, but in the Northern Hemisphere, which is nice. So yeah, that's what I've got on M33.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Stunning image and lots of great information. So thank you very much, Molly. That's great.
Yeah.
Look forward to having you on next time.
Yeah.
Our next speaker will be Adrian Bradley. Adrian's been on our program regularly, sharing his incredible nightscapes and landscape photography and his thoughts on, of the universe as he makes those images. So, and how those images kind of affect him long after he's made them. So, Adrian, I'll turn it over to you.
Well, all right. Thank you, Scott. And so as I looked up and realized that the theme of tonight was the local group, and I remember seeing the quote that you had about our connection to the universe from Neil deGrasse Tyson. So I had originally prepared slides to talk about, well, here's how we're connected to the universe. So what I'll do is a little bit of a hybrid because as it turns out, I've taken some images that actually, if you look at them, they're done with a camera, they're done with a DSLR camera or a mirrorless camera and a wide angle lens. But at the sites that I was at, I actually caught light from some of the couple galaxies of the local group, including the one that Molly was just talking about, M33. As I'll go ahead and start sharing my screen. And as always, I do it as simple as possible by just sharing the couple of the images. We'll start with the pretty image of the Milky Way that everyone sees, and this was going to be a part of the image of saying when you're looking out into space and you combine it with things that you see on Earth, you get an idea that we do belong in this universe. We're a part of it. The universe isn't something separate to just image or that's just hanging out there. We are a part of it. And this is from our vantage point as human beings. So it's it gets pretty profound when you think, well, we're a part of all of the star stuff that's out there and shouldn't treat it as, well, it's so far away in the distance that we never think about it. And we are a part of it. And now, like you said, those are things that I think about all the time as I'm out imaging. But what I will show also, while imaging the Milky Way, that was the side that most Milky Way photographers will shoot. This one could be called the local group, or it's probably better called the Cassiopeia region, the Cassiopeia and Perseus region, because what's interesting about the shot is that there's actually three galaxies visible here. The arm, which someone correct me on the chat, I believe this would be part of the Perseus arm, since Perseus is here. Andromeda, which you can see, and M33. If I see if I can zoom in, I may have to do this to zoom in or figure out what the keystroke is, but it didn't work. And so M33, the light from M33 is right here.
Mm-hmm.
And if there's a way for me to,
I see it.
yeah, you can barely see it. So what you were talking about, Molly, within a dark sky, you can see it naked eye. It really has to be a pretty impressive dark sky, because this is a Bortle 3 zone here, and I had to image it in order to see it. And then other neat little things here, which I've vowed to go through and learn what each of these objects are, because they are showing up. And I think this was done with a I don't remember if I used a modified camera to get that shot. I believe it was just a stock camera, but I did use a modified camera to get this, and sort of blew everything out. Here's Andromeda again. Here's M33. And when you get in close, you can kind of see the spiral shape that it has. Right here, it just looks kind of like a bright star, but it actually is a galaxy. So here, this is the same thing a couple of years later. So the other thing, I took a shot, and I just found it. I took a shot a while ago. You may recognize these stars here, the Big Dipper. There's this was with a small mirrorless camera, I think. Took a wide angle shot, and okay, good. I can zoom in, learn your keys. If you zoom in and you look carefully, we're talking about seeing M51 naked eye. This is a Bortle 4 zone, but look right there. There's M51 in a wide angle shot, and I'd have to figure out how many seconds I let this go for, but there's the light. You can see both M51A and B are hanging out right here. There's Alcade. There's a lot of I could do something to get rid of that, but the whole idea being I got the light from M51 in a wide angle shot that looks like this, with enough. The Dipper was close to the zenith and managed to get the light. So you may be thinking, did you get 101 as well? There's the light from that in 101. Just make sure. Yep, there's Mizar, Alcade, and the light from M101. Also, the faint light here. This, not so sure. Those of you that this could either be a dust grain or it could be something else that I managed to get. I went over here looking for M81 and M82, and I haven't really this is the part where I was getting oblong shaped stars near the edge of my tracking. So I don't know if that's what I'm seeing here or not. Can't verify it, but I think the point for me was just the ability to take these long exposures. You end up pulling in light from very distant objects, and you may not even I didn't realize it till I zoomed in after I got home that I'd pulled in light. Now, is this perfectly, can you see the spiral shape, and is it perfect? Well, no, there'd be more work to do to get a perfect spiral shape, but the light that I got coming from M51. So it is possible to pull in light from very modest equipment, and what you may think is just a star-filled shot of the Big Dipper and the Little Dipper kind of covered with clouds and a possible meteor, you may be getting a whole lot more than you actually think. So if you're doing night sky photography and you can do long exposures with your tracker, take a look at some of your images and see if you got a lot more than you bargained for. Really quickly before I end the segment, deep space astrophotography done with an old 85 millimeter lens and a and a Canon T2i. Turned out pretty good. I think through haze. The haze was so thick that this is what my Milky Way photography looked like on that night. You could barely see it. Milky Way photography should look a little more like the other image that I showed. This was the image that usually sits behind me in a Bortle 2 sky. Maybe I overdid it by trying to go a minute, but that was I want to say it was around, it's almost, I think it's half a year ago. But to me, a couple more shots that are more impressive. With a modified camera, you can shoot through clouds and still see the core of the galaxy. You can still see this part of the Milky Way galaxy, even when it's cloudy. So cloudy nights don't have to deter you from shooting. Now, what I wish for everyone to see is this. This may not look impressive, but when you go to a dark enough site and you look up for the Milky Way, this is essentially what you're looking at. If you're looking at the core of the Milky Way, you see exactly what's in this picture. This is from the Upper Peninsula of Michigan in an area that becomes Bortle 2. And the Milky Way will already have this much detail and this much, hopefully you can see it, this much detail and this much in terms of structure and even color. And if anyone asked me what's the coolest thing that I've seen or taken a picture of, this is it. Just looking at being able to see this much detail without taking a single picture with my eyeballs, and knowing that if I expose it, I can get more, it can get prettier, but it's there for us to view. Just like all those other galaxies are there. We may not be able to see them, but whenever you look at the Big Dipper, you're looking at even more galaxies than the few that you can expose using if you do use a long exposure. So, and then in closing, there's always, this is aurora up close. We know that that there's we see aurora on other planets as well, but it's always impressive if you get to watch it. Our own star. What's impressive about the own star? This was more along the theme of being a part of the universe. Like this, the sun just hangs here. It looks part of this picture, but it's 93 million miles away. So it's a very interesting thing to ponder when you look at something that looks like, it's just right over there. I could throw something at it, or I could just go to these pine trees and would it get closer? No, it just hangs in the sky like that. And when there's smoke in the sky, you take advantage of it and you get some good shots. And then finally, a long exposure can get you a really interesting photo. We see storms in other planets, and this view to me kind of gives you sort of the idea of you've got a sky, you've got a clear sky, but in the distance the storm rages on. You've even got a meteor that I happen to catch with this exposure.
That's cool.
It makes for a really cool picture. This is sort of being the part of the universe. You can still see out into the night sky, even when there's something going on raging. And I'm sure I could come up with a lot of philosophical things to say about this sort of picture, but we'll leave it at what's going on here and just being out there when I took the picture a couple nights ago and just enjoying it. So that's basically it for my presentation. So I did manage to blend in a little bit of the local group, the part of the local group that we can see here in the Northern Hemisphere. Of course, in the Southern Hemisphere, they can also see the dwarf, they can see the dwarf galaxies, the Magellanic Clouds, and hopefully one day I'll be able to get out there and see it.
Wonderful. Yeah.
So
Yeah, I think you will.
that's it.
I think you will. All right. Thank you, Adrian. Beautiful, beautiful photos as always. Up next is Agustin Brollo. Agustin is Cesar Brollo's son. He is someone that's a great astrophotographer himself, very knowledgeable about image processing. And it's great to have you on the program again, Agustin. It's been a little while. You still there?
Yes, here I am.
Ah, there you are.
Hi, everyone.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I was going to talk about how I managed to get the guiding going and take some images from the city, because so everyone knows I live in a very light polluted city. It's a very big city. In a sec, I'm gonna show the light pollution map. Is terrible. It's really, I think it's one of the biggest cities in the world, like the top 15 or something. So yeah, with my dad, using the IXOS 100 and a 80mm telescope, and some guiding scopes and cameras, we managed to take some actually pretty decent lagoon nebula photos. I mean, one. I'm gonna share my screen. So yeah. Here. Okay, so this is the final result. You can see it, right?
Yes, we can see.
Okay, so this is the final result. I'm not the best with processing, but
It looks nice.
I mean, I managed to bring up some colors and treat the stars correctly, using StarNet and everything within PixInsight. So yeah, what I did was that using the IXOS 100 that doesn't have the thumb knob for the latitude, I think it only has the longitude correction. We use the PhD guiding method that lets you do a polar alignment correction within the program. I think it's pretty much like the one from all the mount manufacturers, which lets you select a star. It does a movement that it will show the error, and then it will tell you to move the mount manually to that star, so you correct the set error. And it was pretty tough because we had to do it literally by unscrewing the main I don't know the name of the thing, but it's a big metal stick which holds the mount in the tripod. We had to unscrew that and move the mount manually, and we managed to get it close to like 1 minute of error.
Okay.
Which is pretty. It's actually useful from what from my experience. And okay, I'm gonna show you here. So here in Buenos Aires, that's what I wanted to show. This is the city. The light pollution, as you can see. I don't really know
I think you're still on the same image of the lagoon nebula.
Oh yeah, because I'm sharing the. How can
You
I
might want to
change?
share your whole screen so that you can switch back and forth.
Yeah. Okay. So there. This is
There we go.
Okay.
Okay. So this is Argentina, come on. And here is Buenos Aires on the east, Middle East. Here is the federal city, and yeah, this is how high of a light pollution we have.
Wow.
I mean, actually, the government, the city government, started to change the sodium lamps for LED lamps. So, as you can see here, when I select, you can see this graph that it started to go down. Is it okay? I mean, it's kind of small, but
Interesting. I didn't
from
know
a
those
span of
graphs.
5 years, yeah, it went down about 40%. If I can use percentage here, I don't know.
Overall light pollution has gone down.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I don't know I don't know the specific.
Looks like it's in units of radiance of some kind.
Yeah, here. That's what the units is the thing I don't know.
Yeah. It
But,
doesn't
yeah.
specify, it looks like.
Here's the scale. So 80 is the red, which is the maximum you can get, like almost white or orange skies, closer to the horizon. So yeah, the amount of exposure I took for each individual frame, it was about 3 minutes with a CLS filter, I think is, or CHS, I don't remember, which is a wideband filter, which is not the optimal filter to use because it still catches a lot of frequencies that are into the light pollution frequencies, those being hydrogen, the blue color of hydrogen, and yeah, in the future I'm gonna try to use the UHC, I think is the narrow one filter, so we get a better information. But yeah, so what I did was, I think around 20 photos of 3 minutes each, with guiding. That's the new thing. We managed to get the guiding going. We didn't. Oh, a nice information. We didn't need to use the PCM8 manager because I used Cars du Ciel, and it let me use it let me connect by serial without going through the manager, which is I was surprised because every time I use the mount, you needed to make sure you connect to the mount correctly using the manager. So yeah, this time I could connect directly using either Cars du Ciel or Stellarium. So for you guys using this mount, the beginner mount, you are able to connect if you don't want to use that manager, which it's not even that hard, but if you don't want to complicate it, you can connect directly, and pH guiding will recognize the mount if you have all your drivers set up first correctly. All the software that you have to download. So yeah,
Well, Augustine, Augustine, I got a question about that. So you're talking about the path, right? The hub. Is that what you're talking about as the manager?
Yeah, the PCM8, the hub, yeah, the one that
The path hub, right? Or the device hub. Some people use
yeah,
the device hub.
yeah,
Yeah.
the place where you change between wireless, serial, or the Explorer Stars app. You know, where you find the connection and you.
Yeah, so there's the configuration of the driver, which is, I think that's what you're referring to there, where you pull up the serial port and that information, and you put your location information into it, and then you connect. So that's the driver for the IXOS 100. And
Yes.
then you can either use a POTH, the hub, which is like a server, to connect to the mount directly, and then you connect multiple client applications to the hub. Or you're saying, I think what you were saying is that you were using individual applications to connect to the mount directly, and you found that PhD guiding was able to connect somehow also
Yeah.
without the hub.
Yeah, PhD guiding, when you connect, when you're trying to set up the new profile, and it tells you to select the camera. Okay, you select the camera. Then when you select the mount, there are options where you can select the option that it's the mount that it will be on camera, because some cameras have the ST4 cable output, and yeah, that's a common way to use it. But then, because of which cameras we have here, we tried using one for guiding that doesn't have the ST4 output. So we no longer can use the on-camera option. But I found that the ASCOM telescope, I think it directly appeared in the list as a PCM-A telescope. When I selected it, it took like, I don't know, 15 seconds to load with a prompt, and then it automatically showed up this connection being using the serial port, right? The USB cable directly to the mount, as if I were using a hand control, right?
Right, that's interesting.
Yeah, I was surprised because I didn't know you can do that. That simplifies things so much for me, because yeah, I was having kind of a bad time with the programs, trying to figure out which is the right procedure to do it, and yeah, this solved so much. It's way better. But yeah, so if the results surprised me because of how bad the skies are here, even for, I mean, if someone tries to do investigation here in the city, it's obviously impossible. It will take a lot of time and fiddling with the processing and getting the best numbers in each process. But yeah, within 20 photos, I think 20 by 3, around 1 hour, I think 1 or 2 hours of exposure, I managed to get that image of M8 Lagoon Nebula, after also trying to do the right thing in PixInsight. So yeah, this is the final image.
Great image.
Yeah, so thanks.
I love the colors are very nice on this.
Yeah, I think they are I'm like a bit off. It's
not bad as far like it's hard to determine exactly what shades these things should be, but I think this is a very nice representation.
Yeah,
me too.
I have a mixture. I mean, I have a mixture of the Canon I used being I had the IR filter taken off, so I have that like little bit of red color, and also the filter being only shades of orange and blue. So I know this is not the actual color of M8 because I've seen the Hubbell palette using filters and it's not really this color, but I tried to get it the closer I could to the actual
Yeah, it is mostly hydrogen gas with a little bit of reflection nebula, but it is mostly red. And then the blue-white stars kind of give it a more of that pinkish hue.
Okay.
So yeah, this is good.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, don't we normally assign red to
That's
hydrogen because it's, you know, we've just kind of done it. You could assign any color to hydrogen you wanted, which
Yeah.
there's palettes where it uses a different color for that. But
So like, yeah, so it's true wavelength is in the deep red. It's 656 nanometers, which is deep red. Hubbell palette assigns sulfur to be red because it's even redder than hydrogen. So it assigns sulfur to be red, hydrogen to be green, and oxygen to be blue, so that you can differentiate between the different gases, even though those are not close to their true color. Well, the hydrogen is not green. The sulfur is red. Oxygen is kind of a blue-green. But for the Hubbell palette, they're assigned very different colors to be able to see them. But for a natural color image, this is mostly hydrogen, so it's going to be mostly red,
Yeah.
which is what you
Okay.
have here. So yes.
Yeah,
Well,
I
so
try
yeah,
to
you
align
have
it to
the- you
the
have the
most
right color.
common.
Yes.
yeah, I know there's some real beautiful images out there, and then it becomes an artist's thing at some point. You've got good data,
Yeah.
and that, and for many of us, that's the top priority, is getting really good data. It looks like the Lagoon Nebula, not the Orion Nebula. So
Yes.
Yeah.
you have the right data. The Trifid up there, or it could look like the Trifid up there, or half of it. So once you've got the right data, it's just, you know, and muted presentations, I think, as much as I love to hit all of my landscapes with color, I tend to appreciate the muted presentations of the nebulas, as you can pay more attention to the data and not the flashy colors
I agree.
that some of the
Yeah.
astrophotographers will put on these things.
I
So
agree. Yes.
I think you're on the right track with it.
One thing is, with this image, maybe you can tell that the background is actually not either black or gray, it's blue. So
Yeah, that'll
that's the
happen.
pollution.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of your light pollution. But I think because that area, there is no real blackness of space, especially around there.
Yeah, I know.
And I don't think it's, I do have I guess I have a blue light filter on my computer, so it doesn't look as blue to me, but
Oh.
no, I think, you do the best what you can with the light pollution that you have. And this is a very nice image considering the amount of light pollution you deal with.
Yeah, that's why I was really impressed. How also there's a balance, I think, where maybe how the algorithm works on the program, when you have like a good amount of images, it will actually start doing when it does the calculation, it will actually remove that color, that bluish color. I also did so PixInsight has this process called background
Dynamic background extraction.
Yeah, the automatic one. So what
the
I did
automatic
is
background extraction.
yeah, the automatic one. I don't know what I don't use dynamic. Someday I'm gonna learn how to use it, but I had really good results doing this next thing.
Okay.
What I do is on the automatic background extractor, you have the option to do, I think, 3 operations, which are subtraction, division, and something else that I don't remember. And what I do is I first extract that background. I don't replace the background model, and I do a division, and then I use that for something else. But the division it's amazing that when you divide the background model from the image, you really when you stack the lights and you have light pollution, you will have like a cloud in the board, a vignette
Yeah.
like an inverse vignette of
Yeah.
blue and yellow and purple, depending on what the zone had. And yeah, you get like an inverted vignette of colors, which is horrible. And when you divide the background extraction with the image, you really get a an average, an actual, I don't know how to say it, I don't know the word, but like a plain
It makes it flat optically.
flat, yeah, a
And
flat background, yeah.
It's magical. Don't do you
Yeah,
agree?
Yeah, it's so when I did that, I got a nice background but when I started when you do this with a thing with StarNet that you separate the stars from the everything else from the image, you can touch everything by separately. So yeah, when I started to do things to the image, to the background being to the nebula, yeah, I started to pull up all that background, which is still not perfect. That's why it's blue, and you can see it is kind of blue. Yeah, so there's a moment where I had to stop, even if I still had processes to use to apply. I said, okay, I'm not gonna use this because this will like still pull up that information which is not useful information.
Yeah.
So yeah, I had to like finish it here and do more with the stars. So yeah,
there's a lot of stuff to learn in PixInsight to be able to attack the specific parts of the image. And the more you use it and look at other people's tutorials and talk to other people, you'll start to be able to make some of your own tools to work on those areas, like using a color mask to select just the blue areas and reducing the saturation of the blue.
yeah.
But I think this is a very nice image. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
From the city images, I think this one is as far like the best I have from the city.
From the city. Very impressive.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Agustin,
Thank
thank
you.
you for coming on tonight. And you're welcome back anytime. So thanks very much.
Yeah, thanks.
In regards to your father, by the way.
Oh yeah. yeah. Well,
next,
thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Tell him I said you did a wonderful job, and come on, man.
Come on.
Tell him from Adrian. Come on.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, that's a typical phrase from him.
Up next
We love it.
Up next is Libby and the Stars. Libby has only been able to come on less frequently than she did. She gave, my goodness, she gave nearly 50 presentations to the Global Star Party. And but now that she's back in school and the situation at school has changed a little bit, she doesn't have quite as much time as she had before, but she still makes a sacrifice to share her passion about astronomy. So, Libby, I'm going to turn this over to you.
Okay, well, it's so nice to be back and happy 60th Star Party, everybody. I think I started at the 8th Star Party when I first started doing the talks, and then I've continued on from there. And so today, it was actually yesterday when I started thinking about this very much and started researching this a lot. And in social studies class, we were really just talking about how, everything that we see today wasn't here when Earth first started, and these things have just, some of them are newer things like the computer, like that just arrived in 1990, and that we've been getting better at now. And then some things is like the wheel is the first invention and stuff like that. And so I really got to thinking, who was the first person on Earth to really be like, wow, what is that up there? It looks very interesting. I really want to look into this and research this, which started this whole spark of like creation of where everybody was thinking about space, and it brought us here to love space and even to create more inventions like the telescope, Galileoscope, and all these different things to help us of astronomy. And it was so cool to think that somebody was just like, oh, that looks really cool up there. And then over the Roman gods, just over thousands of years, just named the planets and stuff like that. And, you know, when I was born, I went to preschool and planets had a name, and that was that. And you didn't really learn anything else. And I look back now and I'm like, all these planets are named after Roman gods. And I like to think as a good example as the most recent planet discovery in our solar system of Pluto, which was actually barely less than 100 years ago, but compared to the other planets, it's pretty recent. So I like to think of that as a good example when we're starting to use modern technology to think about the stuff that we use today. Because today, I know when I come to Scott's building, he has telescopes taller than me with like full Wi-Fi pack stuff. And that is one click of the button, you just type. I remember a while ago, David Levy was on here and he was showing us his observatory. He just typed the name of the planet in and it just pulled it right up. And I was thinking, you know, well, back then, and a lot of what I use today is I don't have telescopes or like observatories. I just have like my telescopes that are made out of metal and steel, and I use the red dot finder to find stuff in the sky along with star maps. And I always think my neighbor across the street from me, he's my friend's grandpa, and he comes over when I have my telescope out, and he always talks about this old wooden telescope he has back from the 1930s and all the way back then, because we didn't really use a lot of steel and metal back then as we do now, because a lot of my telescopes now a lot of our telescopes are made out of steel and metal. And it's so crazy to think that, you know, back then everything was they just named everything after Roman gods. And, you know, today we still make a lot of new discoveries, but that back then it was just Discovery Central. We were just making new discoveries every day, and we still do in the new world now. We're making even bigger discoveries, but this is the stuff that kind of laid down where our solar system was at. And so today I wanted to really talk about the names of the planets and how each of them got their names and what gods they were named after, because I know a lot of them were named after Roman gods. Because a lot of the Roman gods, I know we learned this, and I learned this a while ago, were really the people who started the astronomy and stuff like that. They were the ones who started learning math and wrote books and decided to teach reading and stuff like that. Really got people curious about what's up in the sky. And back then we didn't really, know what galaxies or a lot of this new modern stuff was. I mean, probably the Albert Einstein all the way back then, or the Roman gods at least had a brief idea of what a galaxy was, because they didn't know a lot about what was up in the sky, and they just kind of looked in the sky, and that's where telescopes came from. And they're like, oh, look, I think that's part of our solar system. Let's give it a name. And I was talking about this before the star party started, the pre-show, and I was telling them Pluto, it was so funny while I was researching this a lot today. They said Pluto, its name is God of the underworld in Roman, but a little girl all the way from England was 11-year-old, so she was my age, and she said, I think the new planet they just found should be named Pluto. So her grandpa sent that in and said, and then she got back as her reward $5. And I was joking about that because it was like, $5 back then is a lot of money. And, you know, even back in the 70s, you could probably get like a telescope, like a Newtonian telescope at a gas station, or like just their small Walmart for like $12, $10. And, you know, me and my family always talk about that. And we're like, you know, it's so funny how a long time ago, everything was, you know, you always see all this stuff that's more higher quality. And I was talking about the telescopes, how they have the wood on them, because we didn't really use a lot of metal. And the wood is like, my friend who lives across the street, as I said, he has a wooden telescope. And I just thought, wow, we are so lucky in today's technology that we can just have a computer. We don't even have to go outside to, you know, observe. We just sit here in the computer and observe. But a lot of us don't have that technology. I mean, honestly, I don't have a lot of technology to like set up my telescopes and have them remotely controlled. And I like to just sit out in nature, enjoy it myself too, and set up my tent. But I know a lot of us have like something that has, I know Scott in his office, I talked about this, has like a full pack on the side of it. Telescope's taller than me and my dad. He was bringing me to Scott's, and he was like, oh my gosh, this is a big telescope. And it's just crazy to think back then that, you know, the telescopes were up knee high or so, and they were just discovering all these planets out. And I wanted to really give a brief examples of how what each planet was named after. So the first planet in the solar system, Mercury, is named after the messenger god. And I know a long time ago, when I first started doing the star parties, I did each planet, and I did that, and I did each planet in the solar system. I did each one talk about each planet. And I know I talked about how Mercury was named after a messenger god. And then we go to Venus, and it's named after the goddess of love and beauty. And then we go to Earth, and I kind of thought this is a little bit funny, which is a mixture between German. It's actually not actually Roman, but it's actually a mixture between English and German. And it means the ground. It's just, I mean, look at all the other planets. They have all these names named after Roman gods, and we look at Earth, and we're just the ground, which is kind of actually scientifically logical, because I mean, the Roman gods were like, well, what should we name this planet that we're standing on? Well, I don't know. They just created a new vocabulary word called the ground, and we're standing on the ground, so we'll name it the ground. And so I thought that was so funny. You have all these gods and Roman gods named after planets and stuff. And I look back at Pluto too, and they were actually named Pluto. They're actually named Pluto, Planet X, and they wanted it to match it with the rest. And I actually think the Earth name does a really good job of matching it with the rest of the planets. And, you know, just kind of sticking in with them even when I was little, I just thought, oh yeah, it's probably just a Roman god name. And then I look into it, I'm like, oh, it just means the ground. And Mars means the god of war. Jupiter means the king of the gods. And I really thought in my mind as one of those moments where I really just think, you know, this makes a lot of sense. Jupiter is the biggest planet in the solar system, and it's the biggest planet in the solar system in our sky. They're probably observing it and they're like, well, it's the biggest one we've seen so far, so we'll name it the king of the gods because it's so big. And Saturn is the god of agriculture and wealth, and then Neptune is a Roman god of the sea. Uranus is Greek god of the sky, and Pluto is god of the underworld. And that's the one I said. That's the one I said was suggested by the 11-year-old girl who got $5 in return for that discovery of creating a name for a planet in the solar system. Honestly, I would probably take being able to name a planet in the solar system as a reward itself. I mean, being able to name a planet in the solar system that people will use for hundreds and more years and stuff to carry on this planet until it dies is pretty cool. She got $5 in return. And so I always think, you know, I would love if we were still making these type of discoveries like they were back then today. I would 100% send in like at least 100 name requests for the Pluto for Pluto. I'd be like, this one, because it's like if that little girl knew, if she's still alive today, she'd probably be like, oh wow, my name that we helped choose all the way back in like 1920s is still going on. And it's so cool to think that all these observatories are made by just this wooden telescope and some mirrors. And one of my favorite stories I always tell a lot of my astronomy friends is that Galileo Galilei, never say that right, it's tongue twister, Galileo Galilei, when he was on the streets in town, he saw some kids who took the eyeglass lenses out of the stores and kind of lined them up and were looking at stuff in the sky. And he thought, you know, that's a good idea. And so here comes the Galilean telescope, and we still use it like 100 years later. And it still is used to make all these different discoveries of what it is nowadays. And it's just so cool to see, like, I told my teacher, I came back today and I said, you know, this is actually a really cool subject to like really dive into, because not only is it just astronomy, but the people back then were discovering math and, you know, discovering how to write the different languages and discovering about, you know, how to set up a government and how to set up society. And I was just thinking, you know, some person on Earth started this whole feud of astronomy that would last for millions of years longer. Is like, oh wow, that's really pretty in the sky, you know. And then there's this whole feud of astronomy. There's telescope stores nowadays, and we're looking at all these different galaxies, and we're sending people into space, and we're hopefully sending somebody to Mars soon within the next couple of years. And we're making all these different discoveries. And I know we did a huge project about this when I was at space camp over the summer, and I know me and my friends talked about it a lot. And I said, back then, you know, my mom, she only had 5 TV stations, and over the next couple of decades, now we have like 200 TV stations, all these different TV providers. We have all these different telescopes. We have giant telescopes, bigger than a couple houses, and there's these like giant observatories being set up all over the world. And it's just so inspiring to see all this different stuff going up and thinking, you know, the Roman gods were probably lucky, well, really lucky to be able to name all these planets and be able to observe all this stuff. But we're even luckier to be in the golden age of astronomy, because I know we talk about this a lot. We're in the golden age of astronomy because we're making even bigger discoveries, and we're naming even more galaxies. And I know NASA is making different discoveries every single day, and they're working on sending people to Mars and the moon again, and Artemis mission, and even more observatories are being put up. And one of my goals that I want to achieve over the next couple of years is getting schools to teach more about astronomy, because I feel like they'll talk about what we do in NASA and stuff like, oh, rockets and, you know, sending people to space, which is really cool, and I really appreciate that. It's just something, a little glimpse into astronomy, and, you know, you get like a tiny little summary of what you learn in school. And I just want to increase that to where kids my age are learning about what supernovas are, black holes, and not just like, oh, let's see how many of these people in the classroom, at least 5, can name every planet in the solar system off the top of their heads. So I definitely want to get something like that to keep this golden age going forever and keep on discovering more and making more groundbreaking discoveries over the next couple of years.
Thank you, Libby.
You would
Thank
not
for having
believe
me on.
the number of fifth graders I've encountered who could not name even 3 planets. It was
Yeah,
very
it was
disappointing.
very sad. In my class last year, we did like, she asked us, she was like, okay, guys, I just wanted to give y'all a little bit of warm up today. Just asking you guys, like, let's see how many of these kids can name all the planets in the solar system. And there was maybe one other kid in the classroom other than me. And I just thought, I'd love to bring astronomy to schools one day. And I know we do a lot of weather in my school, and we have the weatherman come every year or so, and they come and give us a talk about like tornado procedures and different stuff about storms. And I'm like, when I grow up, I'd love to go to schools and talk about the love of astronomy, because I know school, I've realized over the years, is just giving kids a little bit of a taste of like math and literacy. And if they really like it, that could be part of their career path, and they keep on getting good grades and studying more. And like astronomy isn't really introduced in all this stuff, but if it is introduced, I feel like there'd be a lot more futures of the children my age going into NASA and astronomy and stuff like that.
That's true.
Uh,
That's
I
true.
can vouch for that, Libby, because you reminded me. My high school, which was pretty much known for losing football games and other minor things, one of our science teachers actually took us out to look for Halley's Comet. And we narrowed it in with 3 or 4 points of light in the sky. So we didn't positively ID it, but I'm remembering that actual event as something that ended up laying dormant only to be triggered years later as I would get reintroduced to the night sky by an astronomy club. And then of course that took off. So you're absolutely right. Even if introducing astronomy to kids, if all they know is the planet Uranus, which also could be pronounced Uranus, getting them out and doing some sort of activity may stick the most. And that, that would be something that it does have effects down the road.
Yeah.
When as you get older, suddenly it comes back. They look up at the night sky and then they're reminded of something they've done in grade school or high school. I do think it's very important. And Libby, of course, you're living proof of what can happen. And what, we say the sky's the limit is a cliche, but you prove what can happen when presented with astronomy and then encouraged to keep going. And so it's always great to listen to your talks or listen to what you've experienced and keep at it. As long as you get 2 or 3, like Conal at who's at Penn State now, his high school, he started an astronomy club similar to how you were doing, and and it grew. Starting with 2 or 3 kids, eventually more and more maybe come together. So it's definitely something to aspire to, and I think you'll do a great job with it.
Yeah. That's great.
Thank you guys. I love being here. It's every month I'm like, oh yay, here comes the next star party. I'm like so overwhelmed with all this school, because I'm like, last year is virtual, so it's just kind of sit here for an hour Zoom meeting and do work and you're done for today. But now you have to wake up early, and I ride my bike to school, and it's all this stuff. So I love being here and getting to do this. And I told my science teacher, I told her, I said, if any time you love to sponsor a club for me for astronomy, I'd love to do that too. And I have plenty of stuff to share with the whole class. I said, I probably can't bring all my telescopes to school, but I will share pictures of what I find from my telescope and books, and read chapters from my astronomy books and share.
I mean, you could set up a star party for your classmates.
That would be very fun. And even in all my other activities, I always try to introduce astronomy to all my friends. even though they seem not to be very interested, every week or so, I'm like, hey, anytime if you want to join the star party, let me know. I'm like,
They
if you
will
wanna-
be once they actually see Saturn through your telescope.
I have a lot of my friends over and I take my telescope out and they're just blown away by how this metal and some mirrors and some more metal and like some different lenses and stuff like that, some technology, you can see the rings of Saturn and I can see the
Yes.
spaces in between where the rings are.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Inspiring. We'll keep going at it, Libby. That's great.
Thanks.
Well, up next is Pekka Hautala from Stockholm, Sweden. Pekka, how are you?
I'm just fine. I'm so happy to be next after Libby. It's mind blowing how good she is. And I agree totally, Molly and Adrian, what they told. And I would make a show of that, what I should say. So my words is like this, but in way of joke. Two sheep, they met on the field, and the other one said to the other one, "Bah." What did the other one say? The other sheep told, "I supposed to say that." Okay. That's for Molly and Adrian.
Yeah.
So they took my words to Molly, but I'm so amazed about her exciting about the astronomy, and she probably knows more than most of adults know about astronomy and the solar system. She could have a talk to adult people, not only for the kids. She's so good. But I think, and she really goes in deep in astronomy for sure. Okay, I will keep going on with my how do you say, a little bit deep in mind astronomy. And this is the first one I want to show you. It's text, so you have to read by yourself. I'm not so good in English that I would even try to say that this in loud. This some thoughts that I share with these pictures I will show you. Okay.
Yes.
Everybody read that one?
Yes.
Something I deeply believe that it's true. And I thought about those pictures we have seen on deep sky with all those fine, nice galaxies and stars and so on. But I thought that, okay, how can I make those pictures that we can think about how large and deep our space is and our universe, so we can see pictures from spacecraft and especially from ESS at nighttime. Think when you see those galaxies that there will be cities, uplighted cities, the galaxies, and the stars are like just a small suburban somewhere, or even faint stars like a house you are examining and like exploring. So you get like more feeling of closeness and you are a part of something when you think that, oh, that's a city, there are living people, there are houses out there, and there are small suburban shopping centers and so on. Yeah, they are. Maybe not like we do know them, but I have some quotes from from Carl Sagan, who I love very much, and his quotes. This is one. And show you one more.
Yes.
And I really believe all of those. And I think that because we see a lot of so beautiful photos of nebulas and galaxies, and we don't really. I don't know, because I'm only talking about myself. How do I connect me to the universe? Is like when you watch a picture. Think the picture like your friend, and what your feeling is for that now when you looked at picture of your friend, and what the feeling would be if you see this friend in person. The feeling you have right away. Let's say long no see, tens of years no see, the good friend, and you meet this person in live. I think the emotions would like explode, and the preparation to meet this friend, every stuff you have to go through in your mind when you meet this friend. And I do have things I do. Wait, I close this one and this one too. Wait, stop sharing. And then I will, before I make my really visual, and I like to really get that feeling I am after. I do something that, not meditation, but I really want to get fully out of everything. So I wrote down what I probably do when I do with binoculars or only eyes, or with my remote controlled telescope on the balcony. So this thing I need to like get in. I need this before I can start, because my mind has to be totally empty. It's like they have like the space vacuum, so I can sucking every photon that my retina can possibly suck in, and then I have to be like there and now, and not like half of me are there. I completely have to surround it. And when I look like in the telescope or in my binoculars, there is no left, right, up and down, back and forth anymore. I'm inside the binoculars, in there, in the deep space. So that's how I do, and that's what I would like to send all of us, all of you, that try someday, some night, to do it differently way. If you don't feel the connection with the universe when you're doing observatory, you only see stars. Nothing more. You see just stars that are like in a plain paper, two-dimensionally, and they are just
dots on the sky. Yeah.
Yes. But when you are connected with the universe, you completely are in the car, what you are before looked in the parking slot.
Right.
You are in the car and driving it, or somebody else driving it. You
You're
get the
connected.
feeling.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you get the connection.
Yeah.
That is, earlier today, we had a program with Ollie Nilsson from Sweden. He's a wildlife and nature photographer there.
Okay.
Has almost 2 million followers on TikTok watching
right.
him. And we talked quite a bit about the experience of connecting with nature, getting this flow, okay? That flow is something that almost all the astronomers that are on our program and watching this program have experienced at one time or another.
Yeah.
And it's very important. It is I think for many people, it's great for their health, their state of mind,
Absolutely.
and in some cases, completely change their lives and maybe even save their lives. So
I'm a living proof of that.
yeah, I think you are, Pekka. So
yes.
you're quite an inspiration. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. That's great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go to our 10-minute break, we have Deepti Gautam from Nepal. She was going to come on after the break, but we're just going to change that schedule a little bit to accommodate her class that she needs to be in. So, Deepti, are you there?
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah.
Hold on. I think you need to turn on your video, Deepti.
Might be her internet connection.
Her video
There she
looks
is.
like it's on. It's just a little bit choppy.
There you are. And you're muted, Deepti, so you got to unmute. Here we go.
Yeah. I wonder if the
Oh, she is
video
freeze framing.
transmission is-
Yeah.
Yeah. You could try turning video off, although we love seeing your smiling face as you tell us your presentations, but video off may allow the voice to come through.
Might help.
Hopefully she comes back, but
Well, we may, yeah, and we lost her. I know that she has to take an online class, so we'll give her a couple of minutes here. Let me give you a little bit of an idea of what's coming up after our break. We have Marcelo Souza. He's a professor down in Brazil, and he has the astronautical and aeronautical astronomical event that he puts on every year down. And I always mispronounce the name, Marcelo. What is the name of the school where the event is held?
Universidade Estadual do Norte Fluminense.
Yes.
University, yeah.
Yes, down in the university. Marcello is a cosmologist. He's also the editor of Skies Up magazine, and so I think that we will go to a 10-minute break here, unless Deepti can come on. And it doesn't seem like she's able to do that. So
or
I think, yeah,
struggling with the internet connection.
Internet connection, yeah, it's tough. DT, if you can hear us, why don't we go to that 10-minute break? You can come on later in the program after your class, and we can have you then. So, okay. So she just dropped off again. So we will go to that 10-minute intermission. You guys get a sandwich, get a cup of coffee, and we'll be back in 10.
What's up, guys?
Maxi.
Is that Maxi?
Yes, I'm right here.
Hello.
Hello.
¿Cómo
Good
están,
to hear from you
chicos?
as always.
Hey, Maxi. All right.
There's Mr. Camstronomy.
Oh,
Hey, Adrian. Excellent session earlier, Molly and Adrian. That was really good stuff.
Yeah.
Loved it.
Thank you.
Yeah. See, astronomy
I-
is one of those things that I don't compete with anymore. So otherwise, I'd be looking at all of Molly's images and going, "Drat, I got to get something better than that."
But don't
I'm gonna
worry,
go out
I look on Astrobin occasionally and I'm like, oh man, why do I even bother?
Well, yeah. There's. I
But really,
heard a group. Go ahead, Cameron.
No, I was just saying, this is what's so cool about it. It's really, you're competing with yourself and you're pushing
Yeah.
yourself. And that's what's
Yeah.
wonderful is we're all sharing our own journeys at our own respective levels,
Right.
and egging each other on. It's great, and it's nice to be able to appreciate, all the different qualities. Because, I think Jerry said it before, is like, it really kind of depends on what you're looking for. Are you looking for more scientific data? Because then it doesn't have to be a pretty picture, right? If you're just
Yeah.
looking at some structure in a galaxy and, hey, you can see the dust lanes or you can see the central star or something like that's amazing. And then you can add spectroscopy to that and so many different dimensions. And so, yeah, to me, any image is a beautiful image. You show me a piece of fuzz, as long as it's a real galaxy or a nebula or anything, it's wonderful.
Yeah, that you mentioned something in your presentation, Molly, how you saw in 51. You're confident about 99.39s that you saw in 51 naked eye.
The only
And I said,
reason I don't
haven't-
say 100% is because I'm a scientist and I'm literally not allowed to say 100% certainty.
So is it
There you go.
3
The
nines,
science,
4
I love it.
nines, or 5 nines?
Man, like I checked multiple times over the course of the night. I looked at the star chart. There's nothing else in the area that it could possibly be, like a globular cluster or anything like that. It's like the only thing that is below Alcade, the end of the handle of the Big Dipper. It's like the only thing there. There's nothing else it could have
Yeah.
been. And
I believe you,
give you
Molly.
4.
I totally believe you. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if you could even see, I don't know, do you think the Whale Galaxy or is because it has to do with the size too, right? I mean, because if it's large enough that it's non-stellar, the magnitude, the surface brightness should be enough. I believe M51, it's pretty darn bright.
It's a bright galaxy, and it's
and it's quite large.
small, but it was definitely non-stellar. It was a fuzzy little splotch, and I did the what you're supposed to do that I learned from the visual astronomers when you're not sure, which is to look away and then look back and see if you still see it.
Yeah.
And yeah, I had to use averted vision for sure. But I swear to you, I saw it. So every time somebody's like, "Oh, M33 is the furthest thing you can see naked eye," I'm like,
Well, you saw it, and you saw that picture I put up. I was looking for that picture right up until you mentioned seeing it, and I'm like, I have a picture where I accidentally caught it. I was just doing a wide field star view. There's a dipper in the sky. Let's shoot at it. And I zoomed in, and I'm like, that's got to be M51. Look at that shape.
Yeah.
And then I go up, look over where M101 is, and sure enough, there's the the visual signal of it. If I had taken an image that was clean all the way throughout, maybe I'd be able to pick out some other stuff. I'm wondering what that was that had the 2 lines through it. I'm gonna have to basically resolve my image and see what I really have in there.
Yeah, I oftentimes go looking at Sky Safari and stuff like that to see what that little thing is that popped up in my wide field image, or using like PixInsight has a really nice like if you plate solve the image, it has a pretty nice annotate script. and you can select like how much detail you want to have annotated, and it will go find all these little UGC, PGC galaxies and stuff like that in your images. And
Yeah.
yeah,
The Milky Way one I took where you can see Andromeda and M33. There's got to be tons of stuff in there. I just haven't gone to.
Especially if you image
get
like in Canis Venatici or Virgo, any of those areas that have a lot of galaxies. Like a lot of time when you're imaging out of the galactic plane, you will always find little fuzzy splotches in the background of your images that are these little itty bitty UGC and PGC galaxies that are, you know, hundreds of millions of light years away, which is always really fun to go through, especially like kind of narrower field of view images, because they'll be a little bit kind of big enough to actually tell the difference between a star and a galaxy and realize like, wow, like I was imaging this galaxy that was 10 million light years away, but I also got all these galaxies that are hundreds of millions of light years away. And that's so cool.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that, Molly. That's the coolest thing. Yeah, no, you're right. You're trying to get the main object, and then you get all that those other galaxies coming in. It's really fun.
Well, there's a couple of quasars that you can image as well. There's, I mean, they kind of just look like fuzzy stars. There's no detail to them, but there are some quasars that are up as high as magnitude 12, which is easily capturable in astrophotography. Yeah, and you can image a galaxy that is a billion light years away when it comes to quasars, and like they're not really interesting to look at, but when you realize what it is that you have in your image, then
my goal, and I know we're about to start this other presentation, but my goal at Okie-Tex is to see if I can get Einstein's cross.
Oh, I want to do that so bad. Yeah, that's on my list.
That's my ultimate goal.
I'm Stefan Imler, a research scientist working with NASA's Swift satellite at Goddard Space Flight Center in Greenbelt, Maryland.
Beautiful.
This is M31, the nearest large spiral galaxy to our own. It's about 2.5 million light years away and more than 220,000 light years across. This is how we're used to seeing it in the visible light captured by ground-based telescopes. But visible light never tells the whole story. So between May and July 2008, Swift's ultraviolet optical telescope captured 330 images of M31 and 3 ultraviolet wavelengths. The total exposure time, 24 hours. We combine these images into this mosaic. It's the most detailed view of M31 in the ultraviolet to date. The first thing you notice is a striking difference between the galaxy's central bulge and its spiral arms. The bulge is smoother and redder because it's full of older and cooler stars. Very few new stars form here, because most of the materials needed to make them have been depleted. In contrast, M31's spiral arms sparkle with dense clusters of hot young blue stars. As in our own galaxy, the disk and spiral arms contain most of the gas and dust needed to produce new generations of stars. M31's clusters are especially plentiful in a giant ring around the galaxy. It's about 150,000 light years across. This ring of fire exists because of tidal interactions with small satellite galaxies. Speaking of which, this is M32, one of many dwarf galaxies of M31. These galaxies are usually not very bright in the ultraviolet because they lack young stars. But M32's core is so bright in the UV because it likely contains many blue and old stars. The Swift mosaic reveals some 20,000 UV sources. It's important to study star formation processes in nearby galaxies so we can understand what we're seeing in distant galaxies. This rich portrait in 3 different ultraviolet wavelengths allows us to study how M31 stars live and die with much greater detail than previously possible.
Well, we're back, and hope you enjoyed that little break and that great video from the Swift team. Up next is Marcelo Souza. Marcelo is a great friend to all astronomers and students who are interested in science and astronomy. He is the editor of Skies Up magazine. It's also edited with David Levy, where the magazine got its foundational start. But it is a global astronomy magazine, and we're right on the brink of putting out the next issue. So I thought we would have Marcelo come on and talk to us about the magazine a little bit, but also about other projects he's involved with. Marcelo?
Hi, nice to meet all of you. Thank you very much, Scott, for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here.
Anytime.
And I have a presentation here. I will try to share here. Because even with all the problems that you have here in Brazil, we are going ahead with astronomy projects of outreach and the teaching of astronomy. And I'll share the screen because let me see if it works. Okay,
Here we
it's
go.
here. First of all, I will say where we are here in Brazil. Many people ask about, we live in a city. Oh, okay. Here is the Rio de Janeiro state.
Mm-hmm.
In Brazil, it's the southeast region of Brazil, near the coast. We are not in the famous city of Rio de Janeiro, but in the state of Rio de Janeiro, in a city that the name of the city is Campos dos Goytacazes, located here, in the north region of the state. And this is the place, the region, where we develop our projects here in Brazil. Here is our city. In the north region of the state live 700,000 people here. And we will develop a project now in this region, not only our city, in all the region, and also in this place here. There you can see that is a dark green. There is a place that you don't have electricity there. Is a park, a state park, that I will talk later about. We would like to do this kind of activities that we did with frequency, that is outreach activities with public. We organize many of these. This is an eclipse observation 3 years ago. We have more than 5,000 people observing with us.
Yeah.
In a bridge that crossed the river that you have in the middle, the center, downtown in our city. A lot of people there. But now, from 2 years out the world and here in Brazil, we don't have the opportunity to develop this kind of projects. But we did this one that's a drive-in. We are going to do another edition in October 1st, October 9 and 10. We organize a drive-in, a scientific drive-in of astronomy. People participate from their cars, and we project live images of Saturn, Jupiter, and the Moon. Here is an Explorer scientific telescope that was donated by Scott Roberts. Thank you, Scott. We are using until today.
It's nice to see it still doing its job. So that's great.
And here we project images. People stay in their cars. We call it's like a Astrocinema. It's a drive-in, a scientific drive-in of astronomy. And now we are planning to begin if the Delta variation of the virus authorizer give us the opportunity. We have many people vaccinated here, and we are planning to begin public activities in November or December this year. But in October, we are going to organize new drive-in events in a shopping center in our city. And now this is the biggest event the biggest, not event, but the biggest project that we already developed, we will have it support, international support for this event. We'll begin in October, and we have 1 year of duration of the project, and we organize activities at least in 40 public schools, with the involvement of at least 2,400 students. Wow. We are going to visit these schools during 2 days, and we talk about astronomy, talk about new technologies, then we are looking for new talents. This is the main goal of the project. We find the new talents here in our region in Brazil. And you have international support. I can't announce it today, but one of the international support we can announce that is the mentor project of the Explorer Scientific that will help us in this,
Thank you.
This contact with the students, because due to the problems that we have, we are going to organize also online events and contact with international researchers, people that work with outreach. Then everybody I invite to join us in this project that during 1 year, we are going to develop during 4 days activities in schools. Then we estimate that at least we will have activities in 40 public schools in our region, in 60 cities, that we have almost 700,000 people in these 40 cities. We would like to do this kind of activity. This is my daughter, my youngest daughter. She showed also we were looking for the moon, and she tried to show the moon also for her doll.
Yes.
And another, we're having 2 news that's very important news to us. That this is a state park that you don't have electricity inside the park. The park don't have artificial lights inside the park, and they signed a commitment to protect the sky for the new generations. And it is in the middle of the state. Right? It's a big park, natural park, in forests. And here is the entrance of the park. The headquarters is a small city that is called Santa Maria Madalena. And they now are waiting to be considered a dark sky park by the International Dark Sky Association. They have the commitment of the mayors of the cities around the park. We have the commitment of the state government to protect the park. And soon, everybody will have the opportunity to visit this region. That will be the first park in Brazil that will be a dark sky park. Wow. Here I imagine inside the park that you don't have artificial lights inside the park. That's very big. It is bigger than many cities. Here is a place where people can stay during the night. And here you can see, here is the image of the north region of our state. Here is our city campus. Here is the region where is located the park, in this red circle here.
Wow.
You see that you don't have
dark.
You don't have light pollution inside the park. And this is a protected region for it. And these are images taken inside the park. They are inviting astrophotographers to develop activities there. As part of the staff of the park. It's a fantastic place in the mountain. And what's fantastic now, because I coordinate here in Brazil the participation of Brazil in the global Global Science Opera. The theme is this year is the ecosystem restoration, and you will be responsible for the light pollution, right? And to talk about light pollution, and you have the two cities that will participate. One of them is where is the headquarters of the park. The students of the city are studying about light pollution, how to avoid light pollution, how to mitigate the effects of light pollution. And you have, because of the park, that is changing everything in the city, because it will be, is a very small city, and many people want to visit the park now because it's a protected place that they can look to the sky, and the city is preparing the hotels, everything to organize activities and to motivate the people to participate. And you have the astrotourism there, very active. And we have another place, another city near us here, that you have the turtles that put the eggs there. And they had a problem with the artificial lights in a street near the beach, because at night the turtles walk in direction of the streets and die because the cars cross. Then they had a lot of problems. Then they now changed all the lights in the coast like this. You see here, the dark region here is the beach. Then they are protecting, you don't have lights. If you are inside the beach, you don't see the lights. Well, then is a way to protect, and also to protect the night sky for us. Well, if you go to the beach, you can see the night sky without light, not without light pollution, but you can see a beautiful sky, protected by the lights. And the kids from these two cities will be in contact, and you develop a music to participate in the opera, international opera, this global science opera. It's a fantastic project that they developed like this. This is 1 year that students from our city campus participate, and this year will be students from these two cities that in the theme, the topic that they will have in the music is light pollution. And this is the SkyZap magazine. This in the edition of December 2020 about, in the cover we have Venus. Here, article from Dr. David Levy, an article about life on Venus. And in April, we have an edition about Mars. Here is the article from Scott Roberts. Talk about the program, this project. And we have also an article from Andrea San, many other articles, and one about light pollution in this magazine. And all the magazines are free. Everybody can download in the homepage of the Explorer Scientific. And I think that this week will be launched the new edition of the magazine. That is the main topic is Saturn this week.
Saturn, yes. Very good topic for this time. That's right.
Yes, it's a wonderful moment to observe Jupiter and Saturn. And we are, and also Venus. We are trying to organize the activities of public observation using real project images like we are planning to organize in October. Thank you very much, Scott.
Thank you.
It's a great pleasure to be here to participate in your program. And important information is that the magazine now has ISSN number. He is a registered magazine.
That's right.
Fantastic. This is fantastic.
That's right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, the magazine is also getting apps made for the Apple Store and also for the Google App Store as well for Android.
Wow.
And it's absolutely free, so it's a great price. And the issues are written by astronomers and professors and from all over the world. They include astrophotography from many of the people that follow this show. So anyways, a great publication, and we're very honored to have both Dr. Souza and Dr. Levy to edit that magazine. So, all right. So up next, I did have in the original schedule to have Deepti come on. I don't know if she's available at this point. I do see her. It looks like she just might have dropped off. Okay, so we will go on to the next speaker, which is Maxi Falieres down in Argentina.
Hey guys, good night everyone. How's it going?
It's going good.
Good evening, Maxi.
Oh, well, thank you for the invitation tonight. Like the subject of tonight is the local group, and I want to talk about some regions down from here from the south that we have in the naked eye at night. That's the Great Magellanic Cloud and the Small. And also what I was doing this couple of days ago. Let me show you my screen if I can. Wait a minute. Okay, so I close this and okay, do you see it?
Yes.
Great. Well, basically what I've been doing this couple of days ago, I was practicing with my new toy, the new cool camera, and I was pointed to some regular places, but well, my background right now is one of those results, and this is in the Corona Australis. I took a couple of weeks ago some pictures of that, but in this case, this camera has a square sensor that makes a more zoom image, and the pixels are very medium to small, and give me some kind of details on the pictures. Well, but this Sunday we spoke with some friends, and I remember the Sunday morning, someone Seba WhatsApp to us and say, "Hey guys, tonight is a good night. We met in some place to do some single pictures or something like that." So okay, we meet in almost 70 kilometers from here. They are from Great Buenos Aires, from the metropolitan area, and I'm from the farm. So we met in the middle point, and this is us. This is at the final that night. It was a very cold night, and this is not the sun. This is the moonlight.
Wow.
This picture,
bright moonlight.
yes, this picture was taken from Ariel Rodriguez. He's a friend of mine, and he put the camera. He said, "Okay, guys, don't talk and don't move for 50 seconds." He shot this picture, and you can see we were freezing because at that time it was almost 3 a.m. and we have to go work to another day, to Monday. So I already slept that night.
That's pretty remarkable because you guys,
That's a really cool
there's very
picture.
little blur in that photo. You all stood, either you stood extremely still or you were frozen that way because of the weather, so you couldn't move anywhere.
Yeah.
One of the two.
Unfortunately, you can see some smoke area because we have a very dry season, and there are some fires in the delta in some islands from here, and the smoke is coming up to us, and unfortunately it doesn't rain. Maybe tonight or tomorrow will be rain here. So but when we do some pictures, we see the clouds and the smoke. It doesn't affect us. It wasn't the perfect night, but this is a single picture of mine that I took for 3 minutes, and to the pointing to the south. You can see the Southern Cross, the Hadar and Alpha Centauri stars, Omega Centauri, yes, and here's some airplane coming from the southwest. And so the objective, because we knew that we were going to talk about the local group, and the objective of that night for me was taking pictures of, in this case, from the Great Magellanic Cloud and the Small Magellanic Cloud. This is also a single picture. I could take a little meteor passing by. And what I want to talk about these places is some kind of history, some kind of details that we have here every time in the south, because maybe in a few months we are going to get at the meet and the starting of the night. This in this case was almost 3 a.m., but we can see it every time in every season almost. Talking about the Great Magellanic Cloud, I want to say it is a place, it's a irregular galaxy, it's a satellite galaxy that surround and orbits the Milky Way, our galaxy. Almost has 163 light years from us. And some details of the story, it was, there are some registers that say that an Arabic astronomer, I think the name is, I noted, Abd al-Raham al-Sufi, he says that they saw this kind of a white, I don't know how to say the animal, a buey, or like some with horns, and he mentioned in some registers that he wrote. And then the commercial the Italian and commercial and mercantile Americo Vespuccio, he mentioned this clause in a letter, but it was some kind of little registers. And then comes that's why it has that name, from Magallanes. He's from Portugal. He was Portuguese, and he was the first person that give the knowledge and of course the southern skies to the Occidental people from Europe, because they don't know what they like. And he also, when he did the travel around the world, he see it in every place. And then in maybe in the 19th century, John Herschel was the first time, the first person that he started to study the great Magellanic Cloud, almost in 1980. Sorry, well, I don't remember the year. He found almost 278 objects of deep sky objects in this place, and also was studying the small Magellanic Cloud. So this is a picture of the galaxy that is the core and the center of the Milky Way. That was took that night. This is almost took maybe an hour, taking pictures of 3 minutes at ISO 800. And this late afternoon, I could finish the picture. And also, this is our galaxy. This is considered of course, a part of the local group. Yes, and this is the place where we live, a very small area of the vast of this galaxy. And this is the stacked images that I took of the Great Magellanic Cloud and the small, and process, and it doesn't the very good image, but it's a pleasure to see it at the naked eye, because when you see the south without light pollution, you start to see this blur area like a cloud, but it doesn't move. Maybe it past a half hour and only move a little, and you see that's in the firmament. So it's a very good place to watch at the naked eye, and also if you have binoculars. And this place has a lot of places to see, because in this case, well, in the next picture I will go zoom from this, but in the small Magellanic Cloud, we have this global star cluster. This is 47 Tucanae. Then I'm going to show you a picture of this place. I never took pictures of the small Magellanic Cloud, only the big one. I don't know, but I think I didn't have the opportunity to do that. Talking about 47 Tucanae, this is the global cluster. Yes, and
Beautiful.
This was taken with a telescope, obviously, because it has to be very zoomed. And you can see all the kind of stars that's going to a same point. They have a lot of density and gravity that makes very closer. And well, this is a picture that I took in December of the last year, in 2020. I went a couple kilometers from here and do some pictures to the Great Magellanic Cloud. This is also an irregular galaxy that has the very strong cloud here, like in the core. But when you see it through a telescope, you can see this area, and this is a nebulosity, a lot of kind of nebulosities and star clusters, and it's a very rich region because allows you to watch what is it in another galaxy. You guys in the north has Andromeda galaxy, but with telescope it doesn't allow to see it maybe some kinds of cloud and the core and nothing else. in this case, you are seeing a galaxy, nebulosity of the galaxy that has it, and also there's a lot of places that has planetary nebulas that very, very, very small. Only see it with Hubble telescope, and but like I said, it's a very good area, a rich area that we have to explore. This is a picture of the Tarantula Nebula that I took in January of this year. This is obviously with the telescope with the with the 8 inches, and there's a lot of kind of detailed stars and nebulosity and gas and dust, and this is a very rich area where the stars can born, and also where the stars dies, because it's a very intense region that maybe that's why it comes to planetary nebulas, and that's the rest of the stars. And I love to see it when I took those pictures, because these regions, they are very informally, but very, very rich. And this is like I said, star clusters. There's a lot in this place, and also dark nebulosity. In the core of the nebulosity of the Tarantula Nebula, there are also some kind of star clusters and open star clusters, and that shine the gas and the dust and that's make able to see, in this case, the nebula. Well, the other region that I want to talk about of the local group is the galaxy of Sculptor, or Sculptor Galaxy, the Galaxia del Escultor. The name has because is in the area of the Sculptor Galaxy. This is a picture that I took with my smartphone a couple years ago, doing by ocular projection and practicing to when I start to do astrophotography, and well, I remember when I did these pictures, my mind was blown up, because I can see some dark clouds and the core and the stars, and that's was very, very exciting, because I never could take that kind of pictures. And well, a couple days ago, I went to try with my new toy, like I say, my new camera, and could take this picture. Let me see why don't come to here. You saw this in my Facebook page, I think.
Yes, beautiful.
This changed a lot, because in this case, I was able to see this kind of little galaxies, and also the details of the clouds and the background. Maybe remember this: I am in a city that has portals 6 and 7, and maybe it has some this area very lined because the light pollution, and also was only 2 hours taking this place pictures, but the camera went perfectly fine, and the details and the colors of the stars and the shining place, it was amazing. I was very very, very exciting. And I remember to think what object were I going to take now. I explored maybe that night 5 or 6 objects to capture. Then in this the after party, I want to show you some kind of that work. And well, like I said, this is the sculpture galaxy. This is a galaxy almost 30 million light years from us. This is a spiral galaxy, and it doesn't around the corner. It's 30 million years. That light, it comes from that time when I took this picture. So the humans, it doesn't exist in that time. There was another area. The contents are different, and well, and that's was the extraordinary thing that makes astronomy things, because it makes you to watch the past. And well, this is my little short presentation. Maybe I think it was short, but I hope that you like it. And well, I'm waiting for you at the after party to show you the next thing that what I did a couple of days ago.
Great. Okay, thank you very much, Maxi.
Thank you to all of you.
Thank you.
Bravo,
Very
Maxi.
good.
Really nice stuff. I'm so jealous of your beautiful embarrassment of riches when you look at the large and small Magellanic clouds filled with beautiful objects to look at. I mean, you look at the star charts, and like you say, there's tons of planetary nebulae and globulars, and it's close enough that you can actually get some non-stellar view, I'm sure. I can't wait. One of these days.
Yep, I say the same thing. But well, the good news is, like I put in the chat,
it's not going anywhere.
You know, we're truly a global star party, because we looked at members of the local group that were visible from the Northern Hemisphere earlier, and now we see the ones visible from the Southern Hemisphere, and you get kind of a global overall picture of what we can see. And to me, it's pretty amazing to know that these close galaxies are out there, and you can see them naked eye, for depending on how dark it is and all the conditions, but you can actually see these naked eye, or at least with a modest camera. So it is pretty amazing.
Also, naked eye and binoculars. Yes, they're very amazing to watch it.
Okay,
yeah, so
right.
Thank you guys for the comments.
Thank you, Maxi.
Great. We have Deepti was able to come back, but she's having me download a video, which I'll do. We will switch to Jerry Hubbell at this moment and let him give his presentation from the Mark Slade Remote Observatory. Jerry, you'll also notice that Marcelo has already embarked on taking the Mentor education project international. So that was really cool.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. So I'll download Deepti's video while you're doing this, and then we can have her come on next.
One of the things that we talked about earlier today, Scott, that I want to also include a little bit. My topic for my short presentation is about the Mark Slade Remote Observatory and the MSRO Science Training Program that we've developed. Go ahead and share my screen. I think let me make sure I got the right. Wait, one. Can you see that?
I think so.
Yes,
Yes.
MSRO science training.
So we developed along with the observatory that we built. We've over the first couple of years of operation, it was a private observatory. We then formed the MSRO Science Company, which is a nonprofit, 301c nonprofit corporation, until 2018. But before that, we were developing the equipment and the techniques to do a lot of different types of observing, both beautiful picture observing and photography, but also science imaging and science data processing and analysis. Also, we've developed some new instrumentation that we will train on. But so the goals of the training program for everybody, basically there's two tracks, okay? One is a technology track where you learn about the observatory itself and the equipment and how it's integrated, how it's operated, how it's maintained. That's one track you can take, technology track. And the other track you can take is the observing program track, where you actually learn how to develop an observing program for whatever objects you're interested in. And the observing program can still be pretty much anything you like. It could be beautiful picture observing program, like what Cameron and Maxi was just describing. Their observations are basically an observing program that they've developed and techniques to use to do to take the images and to process the images they're interested in. Maybe galaxies. There's a lot of other objects out there that you might want to develop a observing program for, and some of them you can take you can do just for imaging and beautiful process these images into beautiful pieces, but you can also process the data scientifically and treat your images like raw numbers, basically, or data that you process to understand the universe in other ways. So those are the types of science types imaging that we have in the system. One of them is of course exoplanets, which is a sexy topic currently for amateurs and professionals. But there's fundamental techniques and procedures that every astronomer learns to do this work, and they're fundamental ways of looking at the data and to obtain the data. So you have the four main pillars. Astrometry, which is a measurement of position in the sky. Photometry, which is a measurement of brightness, which includes not just the current brightness of an object, like for a variable star, you say you estimate its magnitude, but also time series observations, where you take an observation every minute or every 10 minutes and you create a light curve. That's a fundamental type of measurement that you would learn how to do. Spectroscopy is another one. Spectroscopy is the basis of astrophysics. So we have equipment on our observatories to be able to do spectroscopy. We have spectral grating mounted in our filter wheel that allows you to do spectra of stars and to determine the type of star it is through its spectra. And also you can, for transient events, for like supernovae, you can learn how to do observations of supernovae and look at its spectrum, determine what type of supernova it is, type 1a or type 2, whatever it happens to be. So the other thing that you learn observing, and because we're located in Central Virginia, one of the things that you learn, not just as an amateur, but professionals using this equipment that's available, is you have to learn some patience to use the equipment.
Do you guys teach patience there?
So one of the things you do, our observatory is a teaching observatory. It's not not automated. You don't turn it on, spend 5 minutes selecting your targets, and then go to sleep and wake up the next morning with the data in your mailbox. That's not how it works with the MSRO. We strive to be the best facility to learn hands-on operations of the telescope system, of a complete observatory system.
Jerry,
So
I have a question.
do
you have a panic button?
A panic button?
Yeah.
To stop
Yeah.
the stuff from doing what it's doing?
Yes.
Kind
Pekka
of.
just
There is
installed one.
Yeah, there is a stop button. So if you're driving the telescope and you think it's going to mess up, you can definitely just hit so for example, on this display of the desktop, let me zoom up a little bit more.
So you don't have actually a physical button in your desk?
It's
like
kind
this.
of, but it's not easy. It's not really
Like
labeled
this.
that way. It's a power thing. You can turn the power off, but that would shut the complete system down. That wouldn't be a good thing to do.
Mine does only for the mount.
Yeah, so there's a button. I don't know why that's showing that way. So when I zoomed up, it didn't zoom up what I wanted it to zoom. Let me go back.
You have to get some cables ribbed.
See right here?
Yeah.
See the desktop? When you're operating it remotely, you can hit this button right here.
Yeah.
And
but
stop.
Looking after that,
Stop it.
when it's critical, when you see that your mouth is looking for Jupiter from China, you won't.
Right.
I probably don't find that. So I have to have like a
Yeah.
Now I'm installing also a microphone under so I can hear.
Oh, you can hear what it's doing.
Yeah.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Why? Because I was on a virtual tower on La Palma Solar Observatory. That is partly Swedish project. So they have this large red button.
Oh, to stop.
To stop. And that I have requested a video, but they are not sure because of interpretive questions. But
Right.
the main optics, what is 1 meter? I don't know what that's in inch or so.
40 inches.
Yeah, and that is only held on place by vacuum.
Yeah. So it's important. Yeah. So that's part of our requirement for the observatory, is that it acts predictably, that it doesn't just go off on its own and do weird things. So we spend a lot of time and effort to make sure it does that. And you train to handle problems. So let's say it does mess up and points the telescope to the ground. That's part of the training also. How do you recover from that remotely?
Yeah, that's good.
It's easy for me because I live 5 miles away from the observatory. So if push comes to shove, I could actually go there and fix it. But I've been successful at coming up with techniques and training discussions on how to recover from those types of mishaps remotely. You have to know a lot about what's available to you in tools and equipment to be able to recover certain things like that.
Do you test those systems very often, that everything is in function?
Yeah, so there are typically we use the system. That's one way to test it, right? With actual use. The other way to test it, when I do this periodically, I actually do it quite often, is I'll just log on to the system during the day.
Yeah.
And you can operate it during the day just like at night. It doesn't care what time of day it is.
Exactly.
And I look at and I've got the webcam view like I'm showing there, and I'll operate the telescope, go to an object, look at the numbers, make sure it's acting correctly. It looks good. You can't test the camera in the daytime, but everything else you can test pretty much. So
that's cool.
We make sure it's as reliable as we can get it.
Yeah.
You know, we don't have a huge budget to do this. So that's kind of one of the things that Scott and I talked about is you can buy the most expensive equipment and it'd be screwed up and you not get very good performance. And it's because of your skills and knowledge.
Yeah.
But it comes down to
the feeling to operate a remote controlled observatory, that's like almost 55% of the thing that you can actually control remotely, and you can do visually by sitting in your room.
Yes.
And the hardware, okay, they should be also 55, but when we only have 100%, you have to balance sometimes.
Right.
But I actually love my remote, and I will spend some resources to act like it should be. And that was a lesson for me, that have my camera on every time, even if it's like Jupiter, and make those alignments that are required, not just to go to.
Right.
So
just to finish up, Pekka, I don't mean to interrupt you, but
no problem.
I want to talk about the textbooks that are used in the course, and these are textbooks that I wrote along with one of them with Richard Williams and Linda Ballard as co-authors on the Remote Observatories book. This is the book that's used for the observing program. The other book that I wrote back in 2012 is called Remote Observatory, or Scientific Astrophotography. And that talks about all the details of the equipment. That's more of a technology type book that goes over every part of the observatory and how it works, what you look for and the characteristics of the equipment, how you integrate it, procedures on how to run it, all this different stuff. So that's the technology path, uses that book. And so if you're interested in learning the details on how to run an observatory and how to use an observatory to do your imaging and research, please contact us at you can come to us at msroscience.org, and on the front page there's go down to it. Down at the bottom, there's a way to contact us at the bottom of the page. You can send us a message telling us your interest. And you can explore the website, of course, and see what we do.
Great.
And I can highly recommend everybody who's listening. I have done this with Jerry, and it's an experience of a lifetime. It truly is. So my recommendation is to contact Jerry and make an appointment with MSRO. It's absolutely one of most my inspiration sources. Truly. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. All right. Well, great. We are going to play Deepti Gautam, and Nepal sent me a video. She was unable to give her presentation herself because of some internet problems, but I was able to load up the video, and I will play it for you So here's Deepti and her subject.
Hello everyone, it's me Deepti Gautam. Today let's talk about the multiverse. What is multiverse? Multiverse is a hypothetical group of multiple universes, each of which would comprise everything that is experimentally accessible by a connected community of observers. It is also known as theoretical reality that includes a possibly infinite number of parallel universes. Multiple universes have been hypothesized in cosmology, physics, astronomy. Not only this, but also in religion, philosophy, psychology, music, etc. Greek atomism proposed that infinite parallel world arose from the collision of atoms. The concept of multiple universes became more defined in the Middle Ages. According to 2010, scientists such as Stephen Forney analyzed Wilkinson microwave anisotropy probe, that is WMAP, data and claimed to find evidence suggesting that this universe collided with other universes in the distant past. However, a more thorough analysis of data from the WMAP and from the Planck satellite, which has a resolution 3 times higher than WMAP, didn't reveal any statistically significant evidence of such as bubble universe collision. In addition, there was no evidence of any gravitational pull of other universes on ours. Let's talk about the Hugh Everett, the man who gave us the multiverse. He developed the idea for his PhD thesis and the theory held up. According to his work, we are living in multiverse of countless universes, full of copies of each of us. It was sensational. But there are multiple arguments against multiverse theory. Many physicists talk about the multiverse, especially advocates of the string landscape, do not care much about the parallel universe per se. For them, objections to the multiverse as a concept are unimportant. Their theories live or die based on internal consistency and one hopes eventual laboratory testing. And similarly, according to George Ellis, does the multiverse really exist? He is one of the scientific American, and according to him, is spectacle is aim. I think the contemplation of the multiverse is an excellent opportunity to reflect on the nature of science and on the ultimate nature of existence, why we are here. In looking at this concept, we need an open mind, though not too open. It is a delicate path to tread. Parallel universe may or may not exist. The case is unproved. We are going to have a life with that uncertainty. Nothing is wrong with unscientifically based philosophical speculations, which is similarly there are many theories that prove that we are living in multiverse. The first one is infinite universe. The observable universe extends only as far as light has had a chance to get in the 13.7 billion years since the Big Bang. The space-time beyond the distance can be considered to be its own separate universe. Similarly, another is bubble universe. In addition to the multiple universe created by infinitely extending space-time, other universe could arise from the theory called internal inflation. Inflation is the notion that the universe expanded rapidly after the Big Bang, in effect inflating like a balloon. Similarly, another is parallel universe. Another idea that arises from string theory is the notion of brane world, parallel universe that hover just out of reach at our own proposed by Princeton University, Paul Steinhardt and Noel Turex of the Perimeter Institute for Theoretical Physics in Ottawa, Canada. Similarly, we have another theory that is daughter theory and mathematical theories. A mathematical structure is something that you can describe in a way that completely independent of human baggage. It is said by Max Tegmark of MIT, who proposed the brain-twisting idea, and similarly in daughter theory, the theory of quantum mechanism, which returns over the tiny world of subatomic particles, suggests another way of multiple universe might arise. Quantum mechanics describe the world in terms of probability rather than a definite outcome, and the mathematics of this theory might suggest that all possible outcomes of situation do occur.
Very good. Very good. Deepti, if you're watching, thank you for putting that together. And we're sorry that you ran into some internet problems, but she solved it by sending over the video. So, I can hear you a little bit, Deepti.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, Deepti, we can hear you. And we lost you. Okay. Oh, there she is. Okay. Deepti, can you
I will listen.
Deepti, thank you for putting that video together. Thank you.
Yeah. So am I audible?
Yes. And we just played the video, so it was very good.
And I have found one poem about the multiverse. I'll try best. As I'm struggling with the internet. Okay. However improbable, I like to think that the multiverse theory is true, that for every choice we made, there are versions of us who made different ones, and that for every lost opportunity, there is whole another universe where we took a chance. The paradox will never end and parallel will never cross, but I like to think that somewhere out there, no matter how unreachable, there is a version of me that still has you. Thank you.
Nice. Very nice. Deepti, thank you for your poetry and your presentation is wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you for playing.
Yeah, I mean, you overcame a problem that a lot of presenters just go, I can't present right now, I give up. But thank you for continuing on. Thank you. Great. Okay. So up next, we have Rodrigo Zelada from Chile. Rodrigo, are you with us?
That's good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Well, in La Serena is the party club and raining in a few minutes, but I take a picture from some galaxy and the very popular galaxy in the sub hemisphere. I share with you my last photo this year for these galaxies.
Please.
Okay. Do you see my screen now?
Yes.
Yes. But well, this is my last photo from spring in August in Chile, the Sculpture Galaxy.
Mm-hmm.
In La Serena, in this time is many days cloudy, few days clear sky. Okay, this photo is from my RC telescope and UHD camera. 4 hours of exposition for the Sculpture Galaxy for my backyard in La Serena.
Amazing.
This is the favorite galaxy in this time for some from Chile. And another photo is another galaxy, the global group is M83, the Hydra galaxy, or the so this galaxy is not seen now. Is in this picture from March, but it's a beautiful galaxy. And in this winter, I go to the Elqui Valley with friends from your Explore Scientific Dobson, and I see this with the eyepiece. Is spectacular visual for this galaxy.
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful.
And another galaxy is the Magellanic Cloud. Is an amazing little galaxy, but is very nebula in this little galaxy. And this picture, do you see?
Wonderful pictures.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
This picture I shared with you in this summer in Chile, and it's the Tarantula Nebula in the Magellanic Cloud.
Never seen before that one.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
This is the Tarantula Nebula.
Your astrophotography over the years just got better and better and better. So it's excellent work.
It's like a blue butterfly.
Yeah.
Yes, and in Chile is the tarantula like a spider for this area.
Yeah.
In the telescope is amazing image in the AGPS, and another this nebula, another sector. This is in the Magellanic Cloud. It's another sector. Very nebulous.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Is this sector in the sky, on the sub sky, is amazing for astrophotography.
Yes. All of us in the Northern Hemisphere are jealous.
Yeah.
Southern Hemisphere skies.
Oh my.
Yeah.
I just get northern sky part of sky for me available. So
yeah.
Oh my gosh. This is so good.
This is the Magellanic Cloud galaxy. This is the Tarantula Nebula. And another nebula region is here. Don't see in this picture. But in the galaxy, this area is more nebulous. In this summer, I take this area for my telescope. Is many years to take areas. This is my image to share with you, Scott. And
well, it was nice. Thank you, Rodrigo. How is your research work going in astronomy?
In October I begin the master of astrophysics, and now I work for the astronomer of the BBPX project. With I work for the first database of the color imaging of the BBPX survey. This survey is many photos in near infrared.
Near infrared. Okay.
This is my work now for the astronomy.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
Then
Okay.
Scott.
Just to work with astronomy, it would be like a gift from above.
And Scott, I share with you
Sure.
last chat photo from BBX. I processed the M17 nebula in Sagittarius in infrared. Is
Infrared.
amazing. Yes, it's amazing nebula.
Okay.
I don't remember. I charge my computer
Yeah, of course.
the screen.
Of course.
It's a little slow. Scott, I search my image. I check with you in a few minutes.
Okay,
Better.
that's fine.
Okay.
That's fine. Yeah, we will go on to the next speaker, and then you can come back on after the break, Rodrigo, if you'd like to. Our next speaker is Cameron Gillis. Cameron has done a number of our programs, including Focus on Astrophotography, which is on Fridays, and he is on Wednesdays on his program Camstronomy, where he does the Camstronomy Sky Survey. Cameron?
Hey, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I just see an Orion Nebula.
Okay, let me just...
Cameron.
Hey, how you doing, Pekka? Hey, that was great stuff, Rodrigo.
There he
Let me
is.
just do some adjustments here. There we go. So, yeah, I'm just out and about. I'm going to be doing my my little session here on my smartphone. So bear with me as I go through the screen sharing issues here. But yeah, very, very good. I just wanted to respond to David earlier. You know, I love his statement. You know, the banter back and forth about galaxies, whether we like them or not. And I have to say, what I love about astronomy and this is just a lesson for everyone, is we can agree to disagree. We don't have to be aggressive about it. You know what I mean? And obviously this was all in good fun, but just in general, it's nice to be able to have a conversation and kind of make light of serious topics, you know, and keep perspective. So I really love the connection. And then Pekka, your statements about, you know, the connection with the universe and kind of getting into that zone where you're actually really experiencing the true nature and our place in the universe. I think that's a wonderful thing, and it's good as more and more people on this earth, as we travel together through the galaxy and through the universe, kind of have that same common perspective is going to be very good for humans and for our survival.
Yeah, I think so. Thanks, Cameron.
So,
and you know,
yeah.
we are the pilots.
Yeah. We're playing our role here. So what I wanted to share in today's session is let me share my screen. I just have a couple of things. I'm not as organized as I wanted to be. I love galaxies, but I'm going to just show a couple of pictures here. let me just go to, let's see, how do I do that? Share my screen, there we go. Share my screen. And then I go to, let's see here. Okay, so first of all, I have my Sky Safari. Let me rotate that. Don't know how that, does that come out okay?
Yeah.
Can everyone see?
Yes.
Okay, great. So basically, what I wanted to show is, you know, we obviously the big local group galaxy that the large and small Magellanic Clouds that Maxi shared. I love that. That's fantastic. Obviously, the Andromeda Galaxy here, 2.2 million light years away. I have just to be part of the team here. I do have. Let me just go back here. I do have an Andromeda Galaxy picture, my latest one. Let me just share that. Let's see it there.
Cameron, I never asked you, how many years have you done this to get all those mapped?
You know, I have a saying that I like to share, Pekka, and you gave me an opportunity to say it. It takes 20 years to be an overnight success. You know, I'm not a success by any means, but the point being, what you're seeing is the accumulation of experience. I've been into astronomy, you know, and Scott has known, I think he's captured it well in many of his interviews regarding, you know, the journey that most people take, where when you're a young child, you have to capture that at a very young age. And I was fortunate enough to have a telescope you know, when I was pre-teen. And so I've been doing astronomy since those days. I guess 40 years.
I
40
meant
years.
With your sky survey.
The sky survey.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Pekka. Yes, I'm giving you the long answer.
No, yeah. The sky survey.
But, let me get my orientation here properly. Yeah. So the sky survey, I started basically just over a year ago, actually, Pekka.
You have been.
And I purely did pure observation. I didn't. What prompted me to get into that is I just acquired a new Gautam alpha-azimuth mount.
Yeah.
And that allowed me to leverage my visual experience of, because I had a Dobsonian before, and being able to really I realized that, you know, when I had my large aperture telescope, I was able to go very deep into galaxy clusters and that, but you quickly get overwhelmed. There's just so much to see.
Yeah.
And then I realized, you know what, I gotta kind of get organized here, because there's a lot of good stuff that's out there that it doesn't have to be that faint. You know, I like faint, don't get me wrong, that's a bonus. But I figured, you know what, let me peel it back and kind of do a broad brush. So I started going into this mode where I was like, hey, I'm going to do everything down to magnitude 12 galaxies, right? Anything down to magnitude 12, and which was, I figured, a good threshold for an 8-inch Schmidt-Cassegrain non-stellar object, right? And so then I started to, and then what happened, Pekka, is recently, you know, I had my smartphone and I started saying, hey, you know what, I have all my written observations. I've done over 3,000 observations to date. And I was able to do that using Sky Safari. So having a tablet while I'm observing and being able to have kind of a nice fresh notes that I could record in a database right there is similar to sketching, right?
Yeah.
But obviously it takes a little less time. But still, the typing and the descriptions, you know, whether it's modeling or, you know, there's a stellar nucleus or non-stellar or these type of things. I was inspired a lot. I just want to give credit where credit's due. I mean, people like David Eicher, Sue French, who did a lot of that written astronomy, the deep sky observations where they would describe the objects and then they would sketch the object. That really was a big inspiration for me, big time. And I thought, I'm going to do my own version of that.
Yeah.
And I thought, because I really think that's fun. I mean, it's nice to be able to record your observations, you actually hone your skills better. You're more connected, and you also
Yeah, exactly.
it's like orienteering, right? You get to see the relative. You get to know your way even better around the sky. I was already pretty good with star hopping, but it was very dissociated. Like I'd be very deep in one particular area of the galaxy, of the particular constellation. But now I'm connecting all the dots, and I'm seeing where everything is in relation, and it's really fun. And then the most recently, I've got the astro imaging. I was thinking, okay, I want to complement my visual observations with capturing the image, because don't get me wrong, sketching is great and all that, but you know, I want to be able to kind of match my description, my visual with the image, and then basically start to categorize which are the objects that I want to go deeper with. You know what I'm saying? Because what you'll, as you start to take, as you start sampling more and more objects, you start to see the subtleties. You know, at first glance, everything looks the same, right? When you start looking at faint galaxies, but you start to see the grouping, the coupling. Sometimes they're on a different orientation. Maybe there's different colored stars near it. It makes it very pleasing to be able to see the different conditions in which you see the surrounding object placed, how it's framed, and between visual and imaging, it's a really nice kind of it closes the loop. It really connects everything together nicely, and that's only possible because of today's technology, right? I mean, it was not possible. I can tell you, you know. Before, it's not a trivial thing. It's not like you can just plug and play, you know, astrophotography. It's a very steep curve, and it takes a lot of refinement. So I have a great respect for people who take those many hours of images and process them. That is impressive to me. That's really it. There's a lot behind that, and as you start to do this, you really gain an appreciation. But the most important thing about all of this, Pekka, and everyone, Scott, is you have to have fun.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
Absolutely.
And we,
Absolutely.
Cameron, we are.
You need the energy of fun. You need it. You know,
and find the wavelength of what you're doing, because I realize now in a couple of months that I'm going back in aperture to smaller. To get back that real night sky feeling. I don't just want to have one object. I need a huge amount of space at the same time to really get into it. So that I'm talking with my hands. That's I am admiring you, Cameron, because you have put down your soul into this, and I would like to make that survey also for me. And I'm too eager to get everything done up here. And remember to record it inside me, but I have to make something that I follow, like you do. You follow like a list. And I'm.
You know, and now that you mention it, let me show you, Pekka, and then this is for everyone, how I come to that. So let me share my screen here. If you want to make your own observing list, you know, Sky Safari, there's a lot of different planetarium programs out there, but I kind of latched on to Sky Safari, and what really kind of got me onto this survey is these observing lists. So what you can do is, if I go to create new, where is it? Not create new observation, add to observing. No, that's not the one. See, I even forgot how to do it. Give me a second here. Let's see here. Okay, so I go to observe. Yeah, planner. Here we go, planner. And what you do is you say, okay, I want to include, you know, what I usually do is I say, okay, I want open clusters, globular clusters, bright nebula, dark nebula. But let's take that off for now. We can, this is where you personalize it, right? You decide what you want to look at, and let's do planetary. And then what I do is you can specify the magnitude. Let's say I just want to see up to 10th magnitude.
Is that
and then this is part of Sky Safari.
Oh,
yeah, this is Sky Safari. So you just do this, and then what you do, and then here's what's really cool. You can even do altitude in degrees. You can do distance, separation. You can do a lot of different filters here, but I'm just going to keep it simple and then do magnitude 10. In my case, I did magnitude 12, and I went constellation, and I said, okay, restrict catalog. You can choose that as well. But I'm going to just do, instead of all constellations, let's just do Andromeda, okay? So
yeah.
everything to 10th magnitude Andromeda, and then you can even specify time. You can do a lot of fancy stuff, but let's just keep it simple. Do search. And there you have 8 objects. So 8 objects, and this is how you start small, and it makes it more manageable. You filter it down, and you say, okay, I want to see down to everything down to 10th magnitude in Andromeda of my favorite type of objects. And then it lists them all here. And then what you do is you can say make into observation list. And once you've done that, you go to, you go back, and then we go observe, and I go observing lists. And if you go to this is search results, there's you have to change the name. So there's my list that I created, and we can call it Andromeda, mag 10 or something, whatever you want, right? Magnitude 10. And then what you do, and this is the cool part, watch this. Then you go, okay, unobserved. And you go actions, highlight objects. And then if you zoom back out, it will highlight, and let me just change the time here. Get them a little higher in altitude. Oops, sorry.
So you actually telling that you can go to with your mount?
Exactly. These are the 8 objects that are magnitude 10 in Andromeda. And then let's say, okay, I want to look at the blue snowball nebula. You zoom in and you do go to, and then you say, okay, I've observed it. You go, okay. You're going to go create new observation. You type in, nice, bright blue oval, let's say. I don't know exactly, but let's whatever you want. And then it actually records timestamp. This is what's nice. It's scientific as well. You have the artistic piece, you have the engineering piece, you have all the different things. And then basically you can specify the session, and then you actually record your sessions through the night, and it will tell you what observation. So, and it's part of that list. So then what you do is you specify the seeing conditions, what equipment do you use. So like, let's say the seeing is slight quivering, seeing level 2. You can put as much detail as you want, but I just usually do this.
Add that photograph you take with your mobile phone into that observation?
That's the next step. I'm not there yet. What I do is I do that offline, Pekka.
Okay, but you can actually link the photo in your phone book, on your image book in your phone, so you can link the program to get that picture you take when you're observation.
I think you can. Let's take a look. So
if you take a picture with your mobile phone.
Yeah, it's not. You might. I don't know the answer to that, Pekka. Quite honestly, I think. But I do know this: that you can export your list and you can upload lists to the web, to a cloud.
Yeah.
But
yeah, that program will go into my wish list to Santa Claus.
Actually, what I'd like to do is, because Explore Stars, for example, is open, right? Open development. What I'd like to do is leverage Explore Stars, and then when you create your list there, you have all your images, right?
Yeah, exactly.
In there, and then Explore Stars has that image. So you can kind of do a hybrid approach, right? Where you can still use this and you can use Explore Stars. Obviously, great to put it all in one, but eventually you know, with there'll be like an ASCOM type of equivalent between different different
You
observing
should send to the developer that they could add a hyperlink on the pictures you have taken with this app on your phone.
That's, believe me, that's what I'm doing. So let me just finish it, and I'll come to that, Pekka. Give me a second.
Yeah.
But just to show you what happens is when you actually record the observation, you notice that little blue circle that's around.
Yeah.
That is no longer there. So it actually checks it, and it will. If you go to the observing list now, Andromeda magnitude 10, and you can say all, you'll see a check mark besides the blue Stumwall Nebula. So that way you can record, and if you didn't get a chance to observe that in that night, that session, you can continue the next night. So that's what I was doing, and you can see I did that for every constellation. Like for example, you know, the Andromeda that I have, there are 55 objects. So I had, this is how I got my 3,000 observations, and the real big ones like Cetus is quite large. There are lots of galaxies there. But the real big one is Ursa Major is quite large, 169. I just finished that up earlier in the summer. Hydra is quite large. Virgo, though, is the big one. 296 objects down to magnitude 12. So lots of galaxies. I actually saw that. That took me 5 nights to go through that. And
you have a research bank there for us.
Yeah. But these are just written observations. Now I'm doing the same thing. What I've done is after I've categorized that, then I go into, let's go back to observing list. What I did, Pekka, is I put in best and brightest. So out of those 3,000 or so objects that are down to magnitude 12, some of them are diffuse, some of them are very difficult to see, but I still recorded them. But the best and brightest are objects that I could easily see, you know, with pretty much direct vision or slightly averted vision. And that's the 823. And that's what we're going through in Camstronomy, because those ones are the ones that everyone with a smaller telescope has a chance of observing. And I'm following up through those observations with images. And currently, so this is a good segue actually into the next part of the discussion. If I go here, so if I'm looking at astronomy, we're on episode 15 now.
Mm-hmm.
So this is my deck. Let me just see how this works. I don't know how well, sorry, it's not exactly beautiful looking, but basically if I zoom in, so this is my record. So we've done 168 images of 119 objects out of the 821 that I considered our best and brightest. So that's kind of what we keep a log every week when we have the Camstronomy. And for next week, or actually tomorrow, we're continuing in Cygnus. So if I go, if we go back to Sky Safari, and I turn on best and brightest. Let's do that one. Turn it on. Okay, so here's all the objects on what I call best and brightest, 800 and something objects. And if we go into Cygnus, we started off in the southwestern quadrant of Cygnus, and we moved towards Satyr. And we actually ended up with Crescent Nebula. That was the last object we saw. And we're going to continue into Satyr region, Gamma Signal Nebula tomorrow, and going all the way to Fireworks Galaxy, which is up right beside Cetus, and there's a little cluster there. But we're going to end up with that for tomorrow. And it will continue to dive into Cygnus in the following weeks, including the North American Nebula, the Cocoon Nebula, obviously the Veal Nebula, all the famous good stuff. And there's a couple of galaxies to boot. I love galaxies, like I said before, and we're gonna grab some of those. So Cygnus is just a wonderful constellation, just filled with every type of object. And it is directly overhead where I'm at. I'm at 47 degrees north. So when you look directly overhead, believe it or not, I have Bortle 6 through Bortle 8 skies, depending on which direction I'm looking at. If Cygnus is directly overhead and I look directly over it, I can actually, with averted vision, I can actually see the Milky Way, because that's a pretty dense part of the Milky Way. You can actually start to see a little bit of structure. So that's my, it's a beautiful region. Anyhow,
you know
so
the night sky.
Yeah, it's yeah, no, it's and now just Pekka, I know you asked this question. Let me just answer it now, going back. So just to show you how I've organized things. So I have obviously my Camstronomy, but if I go to my images, sky pics, sky survey pics, I have all the images, and which is the right one? Probably. Here we are. This is the one. Okay, this is my catalog. To your point, in there I have directories, and I have. Let me just. Can I make this into present? Here we go. Yeah, good. Okay, so that doesn't come out very nice on the phone. I'm sorry, but basically, what you have here is there are how many slides? If I scroll down, there should be more than that. Give me back. Let me go back. Sky. This is the catalog. Okay, Hercules, Draco. Oh, it's kind of neat. It kind of grouped it. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, so I have every constellation that I've done, Bootes, Libra, going from west to east. And then if I go into each one of those, it's a little different on the phone here, but basically each one of those has all the objects, images. Let's go back to here. Yeah. Can I actually go? 7, it's not reacting properly. Okay, I apologize. But basically, what's supposed to be, it's like 300 and something pages of all the images that I've taken to date, and then basically what I'm going to do, going back to the sky survey here, I look at my observing list. The best and brightest 823. They'll basically be all 823 objects will have an image to what you were saying, Pekka.
Yeah.
And then that will be basically the catalog.
Okay.
Okay. And it's going to be in PowerPoint for now, but to your point, we can make a database and link it to an observing thing eventually, and it will get better because I have smartphone images in there. I have various levels of quality with my imaging, everything from big netted images, noise, but I'm learning as well, and I'm building it as we go. So it will continue to be repainted and repainted and repainted with, and you'll have a progression actually for fun to be able to see how my first images of, let's say the Veil Nebula were a year ago, and then how they are today, and stuff like that. So
that's pretty much what I do when it's cloudy days and or evenings and rainy days. I make some. That's when you do this kind of stuff, to categorizing and making lists, but I have to have something with astronomy to do all the time. If it's just a little bit or a huge load, it doesn't matter. It has to be something with astronomy to do. So I get my vitamins and minerals through that.
Yes. So what I wanted to show is, since we're talking about getting back onto the topic, I wanted to show my picture of Andromeda Galaxy. I have, you can see the center. It's not, sorry, can't make it full screen. There's some issues with my phone here. I apologize. But you can see the dust lane. You can actually see multiple dust lanes. Oh, very cool. Let me just rotate this. Can it rotate? Oh well. Okay. So if I zoom in, you can see. I just love this picture because you can actually see the dust lane and how it reflects with the lighting of the glow of the central part of the galaxy, and then you have the outer dust bands as well. So I just love this. And then some of the nebulosity in the dark nebulosity near the central core part. That's here's one little bit in there. So that's and then this is a 2000. No, actually, I'm 1280 focal. I'm using an f6.3 reducer on my C8. So you're not you want to take the Andromeda Galaxy with an ED80 or a wide field scope, but I just wanted to see what kind of structure I could get with longer focal length, and I'm pretty happy, to be able to get there. So there's my picture of Andromeda Galaxy so far, and then if I go to, I wanted to show you guys, since we're talking about the local group, I was looking at one of the purposes of this sky survey is to kind of get some obscure stuff. So here's one. If I go back to, bear with me. Okay, it's in Sky Survey Pics, and I think it's going to be in 1011. I think this is the one. Yeah, this is the one. Beautiful. Okay, so just beside the Little Gem Nebula in Sagittarius, if you scroll in here, there's a little galaxy. And it's like think of a large, small Magellanic Cloud dwarf galaxy. It's a Barnard's galaxy. And if you look at Barnard's galaxy, let's look at the object information. Barnard's galaxy, it's only 1.6 million light years away. It's actually closer than, it's kind of in between, right? Where Andromeda galaxy is at 2.2. And then of course, as you heard from Maxi, the large and small Magellanic Clouds are hundreds of thousands of light years. So this guy is kind of in between on its own, a little Booneyland galaxy, but it is actually part of the local group. And if I look at my image, I actually got an image of it. Can I actually make this a screen? I apologize for buying. Anyhow, let me just zoom in here. So here it is. So I actually got it. Not an awesome picture, but it kind of looks, it's an irregular galaxy.
Yeah.
But I managed to capture it. That's a very hard, believe me, visually, you basically impossible unless you have dark skies. So it's a great challenge object if you want to test how dark your skies are. But forget it in light polluted skies. Like when I'm looking at this is only like 20 degrees off the horizon for my latitude. But here's the cool part. Hey, with as Astro Imager, look at, I was able to capture it. So I'm just thrilled to be able to capture this guy. There's another couple more dwarf galaxies. I think there's another one in the corner of Pegasus, but I'll be getting to those later. But I just wanted to share with you the one, just to kind of, give another perspective.
That's so awesome, Cameron.
Yeah. So,
every picture counts.
Yeah. So that's my, I kind of went all over the place. This is part of the fun and the journey. You just don't know which way each global star party is going to take you. So I really appreciate you guys letting me kind of jump around and share my screen here. Let me stop sharing here. There we go. So yeah,
it's amazing.
So thank you.
Do all that. It's amazing you could do all that on your smartphone.
Yeah.
No, but it's smart. This is what was actually the first one. Have you noticed? It actually, I don't know how it was on your Scott and everyone. How was the fluidity? Was it pretty smooth, or would it?
Not bad. I mean, I'm impressed. I'm
okay.
impressed.
Because I don't think there's the GPU, the video and that is actually better on this phone than on my laptop. As you know, when I was sharing, it starts to delay, Sky Safari hiccups and stuff like that. So this is doing a lot of multitasking. It's amazing. My main problem is I'm not so smooth with the screen layout, but the actual processing is really good. Yeah. Anyhow.
Excellent. Excellent.
Thanks.
Thanks, Cameron.
You bet.
That was the last of our regular presentations. We can take a 10-minute break now, and we'll come back for any kind of after party activities. So,
Yeah.
which I'm sure there'll be
After
plenty
party.
of.
I love the after party, as you
You
know.
like the after party? That's right.
We all do, Cameron. We all do.
You bet, Pekka. Maxi's ready. Yeah. Pekka.
Yes,
Okay.
dear.
Let's take a little 10-minute break. here.
Yeah. See you soon.
You bet. You bet. Thanks. I love the filament structure of the universe.
It's so amazing, this dark matter and energy.
Yeah, how it's all connected. It looks like a brain
Yeah.
synapse.
Exactly, and it's makes sense. The dark matter.
It's nature, pure nature.
Yeah. But there is even more things that we don't know that there is.
Yeah, it's like we're a two-dimensional being. And
it's like a Pandora's box. You have to open a hatch to see what it, and then after that understand what are we looking at.
That's exactly right. We need to create the connection to get to those other dimensions.
Yes. Without that, we only have a 2D picture on the wall.
Yes, that's why I love telescopes.
Yeah.
They're the they're the first step in that. Yeah.
Exactly. And when you realize that you don't have to stand behind the telescope, you can travel with it to deep space, like this picture. This is what I want to see the space like.
Oh, flying through the deep field is awesome.
And see it like a 3D, and in my mind, turn around and look on the sideways and up and down, and feel the feeling that you are in the center.
Yeah.
Hello, Scott.
Thanks for sharing that, Scott. It's good stuff.
Yeah.
It's a lot of it's a beautiful what you've done, Scott, with this, getting all these NASA footage. I mean, you have so much, it's just a wealth of and there's so many different ways you can present the data, but you've done a great job.
Fort Knox.
Yeah. No, but not only that, he's not just dumping it. He's putting it in.
This is stuff that's out on the public domain, and you can find it. NASA makes it available. The ESA makes it available. Those two organizations probably do the best work in visualizations for public outreach. So I think it's wonderful to have access to them, and if you're an educator or someone that does outreach or want to give presentations, look no further than NASA's visualizations and the ESA, European Space Agency's visualizations, because they have, that's where the wealth of all that stuff is. So
you have to know what to look after and where to look after.
Exactly. That is the key. You're right. I mean, because the data
lots
is
of
out
searching.
there.
Lots of searching.
Yes, exactly. That mining and that presenting and making it visible to us, Scott, that's really appreciated. It's really good stuff.
I love it too. So I love it too. Every once in a while I find a real jewel like that one, it's just like, wow, I will watch it again just before I go to bed. So
it really opens your mind.
Yeah.
I saw a good documentary about the rocket engines, and it's like high-speed cameras. They already have 69, and they showed how the Apollo 11's Saturn V engines started, and they explained it everything in what happens of the fraction of seconds, and those sparks. I have read of them, but they never explained it why the sparks are coming under the engines, because they are coming some gasoline, gas out.
Yeah.
So when they ignite the engines, there are some gas in the air. So those sparks ignites those gases around, and it's like
boom.
Yeah, but they just want to prevent that there is like outside explosions. So those ignites all the time, that they are gonna build up some gas cloud or something that can be trouble. And those bolts, only 4 bolts like holding each engine. I think it was of the shuttle, and when they exploding them at exactly fraction of a second at the same time. But you can understand that the shuttle was standing on those external solid fuel tanks.
Yeah.
Only 4 bolts for each engine.
Oh.
4 bolts.
4 bolts.
That's what's holding them on.
Yeah, or 8 bolts together.
I was able to see with Astronomy Magazine's reporter, they let me go with a press pass to watch the last space shuttle launch.
Wow.
I'll tell you, I never saw a professional rocket launch before, ever.
Yeah.
Okay. And that was my first one. So when this thing took off, it was like watching a skyscraper jump into the sky.
Yeah.
And I can't remember how many miles away, maybe 3 or 4 miles, 5 miles, something like that.
5 miles. I think it's 5 miles.
Something like that. But this is where the clock is, the same clock that the Apollo countdown happened. So for me, it was very
this small lake between did you see when the sound wave came? Did you look at the lake?
No, we were very, from that perspective, we're down where all the rest of the news crews are. Okay. And it wasn't easy to see the lake. I think that you have to be on top of one of the buildings to kind of look down a little bit.
Because you can see when the sound wave came, you can see the lake
moving against the lake.
Yeah, and all birds I tell you,
it felt like it was hitting your chest like this.
Yes.
Before you heard anything, really.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like boom, 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 like that, and all of a sudden, then this thing's in the sky, and it's like, oh my God.
That's like what I have been dreamed of.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish I could have seen the Saturn V's launch, and so.
But now we have
a real privilege.
That's the amazing part. That image that you showed on the moon, the 1969 image of Saturn V rocket, and then that close up where it's going by and you see the ice falling off, and then you
all
see the
those sheets of ice falling down.
It is absolutely so. And then that's just a visual, right? I mean, like you said, imagine seeing that live. Oh my gosh. I mean,
we have Artemis coming now soon.
Yeah.
Yes, it will be like that again. So we can go see that. That will be.
Have you read about the Artemis project?
A little bit,
Okay. Artemis is the sister to Apollo in Greek mythology. So Apollo was Artemis brother. I think, or were they brothers? But Artemis is like a sister or brother to Apollo.
And that's why they call it, because in this case it would be the first woman that will be.
I think it was his sister. Yes.
Landed on the moon. And that's why they call Artemis is a woman, sister of Apollo.
That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Long overdue. So.
We have a couple of years to see it, but we are, I think,
We are
very
the space nerds.
I hope they're on schedule. I hope that we, make it back in 2024.
Yeah.
It's always a little bit unpredictable because of funding, because of politics, these kinds of things. But
Yeah. But SpaceX is launching now the whole thing.
Yeah.
Double. So now it's the first try with the massive, it's like 124 meters high. It's higher than Apollo or Saturn V. It's crazy.
I'm wondering if in a couple of years, what number of GSP will be, and maybe you don't know.
I hope that we could have the number 100 at the place. The big studio with all of the
who knows?
in Springdale.
Maybe Scott it will be doing the counter down or streaming live that lunch, maybe. Who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah.
Or we sitting all of us
at the
first time live at the same place, not online, but in the Springdale, having Star 40.
This was
that's only 40 weeks.
Yeah, I know.
So 40 weeks, makes 5 months. No, 6 months. Oh, I am counting here.
No,
no, it's 10
1
months.
a.m. My numbers in my head, it doesn't. 2 and 2 are 8. I don't know.
It's 10 weeks. No, 10 months.
This is one of the videos that that was inspiring us.
To go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
Yes.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are go for Apollo 7 at this time.
And from the crew of Apollo 8, we close with good night, good luck, a Merry Christmas, and God bless all of you on the
Oh, the Earthrise is amazing.
We have ignition sequence start.
Oh, there it is.
Engines
Yes.
on 5, 4, 3, 2.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. We leave as we came, and God willing, as we shall return, with peace and hope for all mankind. We're on our way, Houston.
From 1969 to 1972, we had, a total of 6 moon landings. 12 humans walked on the surface of the moon. We have elevated the human condition. We have improved human lives. We have raised the standard of living for every person on Earth because of space exploration. We're going to go back to the moon, and we're going to take what we learned there, and we're going to go to Mars.
Oh, beautiful.
Great. I saw today on TV that they have this Perseverance sister vehicle in the United States, and there is one from South Africa, and they are driving daily and looking after it today and driving with that car in similar environment that Perseverance is on. And Perseverance, and if they find some software issue, they make the correction and upload that correction to Perverance's computer. So they are updating Perverance's software like every time they find something that can be a problem in future.
To get practice, yes.
Yeah.
To be prepared.
Yeah, for upcoming problems maybe. And then they show the vehicle that will launch to pick up the sample tubes that Perverance will leave after it on the ground on Mars. And it is completely by on its own. It has two cameras like do you remember this this robot who had two eyes and like eyebrows?
The movie, the old movie.
Number 5.
The
Number 5.
He had eyebrows.
Oh,
yes.
I was a little boy for that movie, but yes, it's like that.
Yeah, and it's looking after those samples because Perverance will take a picture where he dropped the samples, upload it, and then the lander will land with accuracy of 1 meter from the samples, and it will begin to look them, and it has a smart arm that picks up, and that one will be launched up to the vehicle that is going around Mars, and they will meet, and that will like hand over the samples to that which will come then back to Earth. So it's
I know that'll be amazing. That
yeah,
would be amazing.
it's like this Chinese moon lander that they gave those samples.
Yes.
No, it was from this.
It's a huge
meteorite, asteroid. Wasn't it asteroid?
Oh, you're talking about the it was a Japanese asteroid sample return mission.
Yeah, like go together and then pull out the sample tubes to the other vehicle in the space. This is so crazy time. This is a golden age.
Yeah. No, it's all practice. I mean, you think about
it was called Hayabusa 2.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it was we are living in a golden age. I just thought today what it was like without internet, without mobile phones. There was no mobile phones. No, when I was living in Finland, only 2 channels, an antenna on the roof. So, compared to today,
right?
You have to just enjoy and be happy. Don't complain about small stuff.
Yeah.
Be like I told somebody today that most of us don't appreciate what we have, the health, daily food, roof over, a job, apartment. Those are taken for given too often. Begin to appreciate that you have, and then reach for more.
Yes. You know, looking at the Hayabusa mission and returning those samples, there's a comment here in one of the articles, and it says, as for the origin of life, there's little support for the idea that asteroids actually seeded life itself, says Jonty Horner, an astrobiologist at the University of Southern Queensland, who is not affiliated with the Hayabusa 2 mission. But carbon-rich meteorites hailing from asteroids similar to Ryugu show chemistry on these primordial bodies may generate amino acids and even RNA, which could have given prebiotic chemistry on ancient Earth a boost, like an inoculation. That's why people are very interested in looking at the very primitive material on asteroids like Ryugu, what it actually contains. But distinguishing biomolecules due to earthly contamination from pristine organics in the asteroid samples is very difficult. The Ryugu samples brought by Hayabusa 2 are as earth contamination free as it gets. So it'll be interesting, as they make more sample return missions, these robotic sample return missions, so that large laboratories can really analyze the materials. So this will just further perpetuate our exploration of our backyard, which is the solar system, right? So,
and it goes so fast on every direction of science. So we are expanding like universe are, and sometimes we don't even understand how fast we are going, and where is our limit to understand where we even are.
That's true.
So we have to I think in some developments we should continue, but we have to have to watch that we have somebody behind us, like kids, that they understand what we have reached.
Yeah, that's right. One of the fields of study now that's quite popular at universities is understanding big data. Because we're harvesting so much data now, and it's just, it would take us with, our old methods could take us hundreds or thousands of years to understand the full body of data that we have. So
they still haven't done every test on the moon rockets.
Right. How long has it been, right?
Over 50 years, and they are not done.
They're not done. Yeah, they may never be done. Who knows?
Because they are coming more and more stuff that now we can examine that rocket, and they are. I don't know if every rock are, but there is one room in United States where the most of the moon samples are. It's like Fort Knox. It has own life supporting system, that room, and they are kept there.
Yeah.
So
it's going to be so cool when we return. I mean, to historical sites, right? I mean, when we go back to the moon. And
oh my God!
Yeah, it's going to be so awesome.
I mean, I can imagine them having a hotel, with big windows so that you can see where the Apollo 11, lander.
In 100 years, Scott, you bet, guaranteed. Yeah, they're going to have regular flights there. Yeah,
I think when Artemis is launched, I think there are so many hired airplanes that the airspace in over Florida is so busy. They are going to charter huge planes to fly over, just circular around Florida. So when they did with the solar eclipse, there was hired airplanes from Sweden. They flew to see the total solar eclipse. So they go together and hire an airplane instead.
Yes. Sheke Bobo, who's watching on YouTube, says, "I'd love to get some AI processing of raw data from a service like astronomy.net to see what we can come up with." Absolutely. I mean, AI is going. That's our tool for handling all this data. So we need the fastest processing computers to be able to handle the volume and to somehow make sense of it. How we look at it and what we want to see it will undoubtedly conjure up a bunch of philosophical, decisions to be made on what is it that we're seeing, because we can apply AI, to look at it this way or that way or another way, and
of course today we have the access to that information to maybe get some help to the research. And today we have the Hubbell images to practice, to make some kind of process. And I can even imagine when we have the James Webb Telescope images to practice.
Oh yeah,
it's ready. The Webb scope has done its last testing. Everything was well, and now they are just waiting for it to be like attached ready.
Maybe at the final of this year we have some data. Maybe
already.
We are only a month.
It's like ready to shoot out. Oh my God.
Martin Eastburn, watching on YouTube, says, I heard that the reason to hold pure samples back was to see if future years might bring future machines that can look at them differently. Give the future a chance at a pure sample. Sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, the jobs of the future are going to be AI algorithm routine development. What kind of mining, what kind of AI algorithms are you going to use to categorize different information and run different algorithms? I see that as a big industry of the future.
Yeah, if we could colonize only moon for just a little bit, because we could get those there is one is it gas or is it the I forgot the name. It's an but it's moon is very rich of that, and like was it a kilogram of that helium-16? I think it's.
No, I never heard it.
Or helium-12. It can like give power for a big city in the United States for a month.
Whoa!
It's
really?
like, yeah, really. And moon is very rich of that.
Oh, this special helium.
Yeah.
I see.
Helium something. I can find.
Well, there's articles about helium-3 and nuclear fusion. Lots of articles about helium-3.
Yeah.
Could helium-3 power our future?
Helium-3 on the lunar surface. I found it on ESA.
There we go. I see it too.
So they could mine that, and that could be one.
Yeah, it says the moon has been bombarded with large quantities of helium-3 by the solar wind. It's thought that this isotope could provide safer nuclear energy in a fusion reactor, since it is not radioactive and would not produce dangerous waste products. Great.
Oh, it's very huge.
That sounds very good. Right?
So take that from there to Earth and make that the energy source for us.
But we have petroleum.
No, yeah. I was driving today. This is far from astronomy, but it's like it's Elon Musk included, so then it's qualified for this one. But I've tried back home today with a Lexus taxi, and we compared it with an Tesla. And the taxi cab driver with Lexus said that his colleagues who drives a Tesla, they have problems in wintertime to get heated. If they stop with the car, the heating system is like eating the battery.
Oh, right.
And you more up north, you get, I don't know if that is true. I have not done any research, but it could be only for warm places, that car. I don't know. But then
in Argentina, that technology will be very, very far from us.
Yeah, let's see if Elon Musk will build a small rocket engine, like airplanes has this APU motor engine on the back, really back in the airplane. You have a small hole. You can see it in the back on the airplane, on the body. It's a huge hole, like 10-inch. That's called an APU, and that is a jet motor that when you have pushed off from the gate, all electrical is dropped from the plane. Now you are at home. They ignites this APU that drives a small generator to get power to hydraulics and power for ACs in cabin, and also needed for get those big turbines to run. And when they are off, like and when there is enough power, they push the engine and then ignites, and then they can turn off this APU unit. That's only a start motor.
Wow.
Yeah. When next time you fly, look at the butt. There is a hole. There is a hole in every airplane, passenger plane.
Oh, and they hook it up and they start the engine, right? So
yeah, they start that one, and when that generates enough electricity, that drives air condition, all electrical stuff in the cabin. And then when they have enough power, they ignites the motors. So it's like a Kickstarter for a car.
Yeah.
Plus and minus, and then we
like
go.
when my grandfather had a crank start for the engine, right?
Did he have it?
He had one. I never met my grandfather because he died about 1 month before I was born.
Okay.
But I heard a story that when he was a young man, he's trying to start his engine by cranking it,
Yeah.
And it wouldn't start, and it wouldn't start, and it wouldn't start. And he gets so angry that he takes the crank and he throws it through the windshield of the car.
I had a grandfather.
I can't imagine what, cars were not cheap back then, right? So
No.
Right?
My grandfather, I was like 10 years and drove with him, and I asked him that, grandfather, when did you get your license? He looked at me and said, Pekka, I have never had a license.
Never had one. We didn't need licenses back then.
No.
Yeah.
I wrote about the first speed ticketing. An Englishman got the first speed limiting before that time. When cars came to England, they have to have a walker with a red flag to warn everybody on the streets that a vehicle are coming, and the police ticketed the man with the flag for speeding with the flag. And it was like our walking speed. Okay,
I had some trouble with my oldest car. I remember when I couldn't start the engine. I have a Peugeot. It's a French mark, and I remember sometimes to people to push it, or some with the car to push my car to put in second march, and then for the inertia, I in that case I can start to the engine, because in diesel you need compression, you don't need the spark like gas. So I'm still having a diesel car. In this case, I have a Volkswagen Gol, and it's a very comfortable car. And for me and my fiance, it's okay. Maybe in the future I will change it.
Yeah.
But
so you are actually driving hours in the United States or in South America to dark places?
If I go to dark places here,
yeah, you
well,
drive.
Last Sunday I went to this rural place to meet with my friends and do some pictures. I met in Mercedes, in the outside of Mercedes, and then we went to Navarro, but we entered to a rural road, maybe 20 kilometers in that place, and I think I have the location of the place. Let me show the screen.
I will open tomorrow my north side of my observatory. I will try to get the first light from the northern part of the sky. Yes. So I will open it.
In this place we have our first contact and encounter with the policeman.
With a policeman?
Yes.
No.
But because when we been, well, he's Chivilcoy, I went through the 5 National Road to Mercedes, and then go to the 41 Province Road with my friend, and here in Ingeniero Williams Engineering. We, I think in this place, here's the road, and yes, this is the old station. You can see the rail train, the rail road, but it doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
But you can see this curve, but we went through here and we stayed here. So when some people of the place came with the car with the lights, see us. And then I remember almost 10 p.m. comes a car very slowly with only the lights, comes to us, and when we see it, there was the
Police.
the policeman, and they asked what we're doing.
Hmm.
We show some. Luckily, we took some pictures and show what we are doing, and they say, well, it's okay. They ask our IDs, our patents of the car, and then we see this we are okay, and they go out. But you know, this picture you can see of this little place. Let me show you the picture of Ariel Rodriguez took of that place. Wait for a moment to where
Is that house just left over something, or if somebody owns that?
it's abandoned place.
Yeah, but take contact with somebody and buy it and make an observatory for you for in there.
He took this picture that night.
That's cool.
Good roof there, and you have this wine. What you can produce some power when it's flowing. You have some car batteries there, and make an generator downstairs.
You know, really, it was dark. We had the light pollution of the near city and everything, but you can see almost nothing. But it was a little windy that night, and this molino, you can hear it rounded in the middle of the night. Very funny. It was very creepy. And also the cows start to move. No.
But a little scary, huh?
Well, also there are urban legends like the Llorona or something like that. When of course they are false, but you start to wonder if it comes some animal or something like that. Well, a wildlife of the farm.
Yeah.
And so
that's so nice place. I would ask if
look at
buy that and then makes a local collection to rebuild it.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That could be a very good local astronomy.
What was that building, Maxi? Maybe you already said this, but what was that building used for? What was it built for?
That building, I think it was for, well, maybe this road train was for crops, because in the old time it comes to the road train. You can see it still continuing.
Okay.
The abandoned and goes to the little places, or little very small town, very small town, and then goes to Buenos Aires.
It's a train.
It's a exactly. Every single city and every little town goes directly with a road, a train road to Buenos Aires. And for example, Chivilcoy, we still having the road train. I don't know if I'm saying okay, but still passing by the road train. Very old, but in this place where was separated here. here is still passing by, but you can see in this case, it turns to a road.
Yes.
They make a road like to go with the car, and this it doesn't exist anymore. This is a place to get a walk. Well, this is the urban place, and still coming up, and it doesn't exist anymore. That rain train.
Oh.
This is an example. In that night, we, or maybe in some days maybe we're going to be in these places in Henry Bell. You can see the names is very English style in some places, or for maybe some owners of the farm that comes from England or was from Spain, and they founded the little towns. And this is the Salado River, or maybe the Salty River, Río Salado, it calls. And here's, for example, an old bridge of the train that passed by maybe 60 years ago or more, and it doesn't pass anymore.
Oh,
it's abandoned. Oh,
sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. And you can see it's going station La Armonía and still continuing, but it doesn't goes anymore. Also, well, he's another bridge that is underwater.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
It's very old.
I see. Like 100 years old, or
maybe yes. Here's another one. This is some places where cycling people comes to do some travel and
okay.
take some pictures, but this place is very dangerous because the ground is unstable.
Oh.
And there are too many fishermen in the summer that comes to put in
some boats or something.
No boats in the origin, in the fringe of the river.
Yeah.
And maybe it's a very a hot day, and they start to swimming. But
they go to the shore of the river and they're swimming or getting pulled off.
Exactly. So they when they go into the river, the ground is very
unstable, huh?
Unstable, and your legs is going to maybe a trap onto your middle of the legs.
So into the mud. So you're stuck in the mud. Okay.
Exactly. And you can maybe you can go out, and then you die. There are too many people that they don't know, or they are confident to swim because they know to swim, but the place is very
they don't
dangerous.
know. They don't know about the the mud.
Exactly.
Wow.
Exactly.
Yeah. And it takes them.
Wow. So like I show you, there are too many places to visit in Argentina. There are very small towns, farmer towns, and if you continuing this, going to inside of the center of the country, and then when you come to La Pampa, start to change to a middle desert. And when you continue it, yes, this place is desert.
I see.
Very,
very dry. Mhm.
Very. Look at this.
Yeah, looks like California.
Exactly.
Nevada. Yeah.
What a horizon. Unbelievable horizon.
Yeah. And very flat.
I
Yeah.
can even imagine this place in the night. You know.
Oh yeah. Maybe it's very dark there.
I haven't seen horizon like that in
Well, when we went
10 year
maybe to see the solar eclipse, we did this. We went through this road. There was nothing, but nothing, and Nico, has I don't know. I don't have to say confidence that he has a gas in his car. When we stopped in Vietnam, we passed by from the province of Buenos Aires here in Carmen de Patagones and crossed the bridge and goes to this gasoline station, and is from here.
How much gas did he have left?
He saw that he has maybe the half tank, so he said, "Okay, let's go, let's continue." Okay, I still have it, so I have no problem. Maybe we have to do some 100 or maybe 200 kilometers. So when we start, well, you can see how it changed.
Yeah.
And then we start to bring to the desert. At the halftime, he said we have some walkie-talkies to continue in our cars. And he said, Maxi, the reserves has to on. So I put in front of him, and we traveled to 80 kilometers per hour. Maybe it's 60 miles per hour. We were very slow to get to San Antonio Este. And I remember the ocean, and for example, in this place, when you see it, I think it was from, yes, this area. The ocean is from that place. It's very dry.
Yeah. There's a question here from Harold Locke watching on YouTube. He says, Maxi, how is your groundwater supplies here on the West Coast? It says here on the West Coast of the United States, we are extremely low.
Well, here if in my region, I'm from the Pampa Wet or Pampa Húmeda. If you see in Google Earth, you can see they are very green places because we have a lot of water. But obviously, in this case, we are passing by through a dry season. But underground, we have at almost 60 meters above us, we have too much clear water to drink. So here, for example, in Chivilcoy, in this is a water tower, and this is the place where they pump it from the ground, and then spare to all the city. Let me see if the yes. Here you will see the well, it's in more backward. Here's the water of tower.
I see.
And well, I do this road every day because
When you show me the cities and towns in Argentina, they're very clean. I mean, really clean areas.
Don't.
It's nice.
Chivilcoy, so.
So. Okay.
Great. Buenos Aires, not too much.
Not so much.
The people is very dirty, very unclean. They obviously they have too much people, and some people it doesn't get. I think in everywhere, unfortunately.
Yeah.
For example, when you come to Moreno, this is a metropolitan area. They are too many very good neighborhoods, but there are also the another places. For example, this is I think Rio Reconquista, the Reconquista River. This is another place, this is the very the worker area of I don't want to say poor people, but the worker people, and this
blue collar is what we call it. People that, the blue collar jobs might be a truck driver or someone that works in assembling parts or something like that. Versus, people that might work in an office, so.
Well, in this river, my father comes to fish when he was a boy, and today, obviously, if you fish from this river, I think you're going to die. I don't know. There are too many faces of these places, and the people are very, like I say, very unclean. Very. They doesn't care. They doesn't care the ground, the weather, and everything. Yeah. But we're starting to make politics of green. Ecological green situation, and for example, the cities has compromises in some cases, but of course we have a lot of problems here, and they don't care about these things because there are another things to worry, like economy, like safety, and everything. So, well, this is a little tour from Argentina. I want to show you this little modifying thing that I did with the telescope with the 8 inches.
Maxi, Scott, yes. I have to say that I have to go to bed now.
It's okay. I have to go to bed shortly.
Yeah.
I have to do something in the day time.
Yeah.
It's
It's almost daytime, right?
Yeah, it's 7 a.m.
Yeah.
It's okay.
So it was a pleasure to join this remarkable. Yeah.
Thank you.
Until next time.
Until next time.
Thanks, Pekka.
All right.
Thanks.
Have a good one. Cheers, man.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Well, this is the 8 inches. I disarmed at all because you can see in the inside of it there was the light shining through obviously the primary mirror, and at the wall of the telescope inside is very shining.
Yes.
This is the focuser, and this is what you see if you have too much light.
Right.
So I saw a tutorial, and I was wondering if I maybe not painted, but there are a contact film that you can pass inside of the telescope.
Yes.
So what you can see, it was very gray. It wasn't
black.
It wasn't black. It was gray and has too much shining places. So well, I disarmed it at all. This is the contact that I bought, almost 3 meters for 45 centimeters, and then started to pass it. You can see in this case, I took a picture, and this area, it doesn't have it, but in this area has it.
Black, yeah. So you need to get the rest of it.
Exactly. Here's a flashlight. Of course, it will be, but it's more darkness like this place. So obviously, I will not going to point it with a huge light, but I think the light pollution and some lights that comes from some places, maybe they illuminate these walls inside it and makes the a bad image. So you can see in this case, I put it at all this contact, and I have to put it in the part of where the telescope clubs. You can see it's still shining, but the other side of all of it, not. It's very dark. So
it will improve things a lot, though.
I think it will be more contrast images.
Yes,
I
of
think.
course it will.
So I only did it in almost 1.5 hours. I only spent maybe $20.
It's a great improvement. You know, putting in baffles or darkening the inside of any telescope tube like that, and also draw tubes where it comes up to the camera, even internal camera reflections, these kinds of things. If those can be subdued, you're going to have much better contrast. You know, it is, you're right, it is an inexpensive way to get a big performance boost on your telescope.
Unfortunately, I couldn't try it because then comes the weekend and a very bad weather, and I wanted to do it with a very good night to see what happens. So what I did also this couple of days was I was, like I say, I was taking pictures to a lot of places. For example, M83. This is a 3 minutes picture. I think it wasn't very focused, but there's a lot of information.
Yes.
Love the structure.
Yes, I love it too. But unfortunately, at this time is going to the southwest, and the light pollution it will kills me. So I decided to go to M20, and I post a picture of that. But this is a single picture, and there's a lot of info.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah, that's so nice. Love the colors. Yeah, it's a great, I love the different type of nebulosity all in a small compact package.
Yes.
Yeah, this is great.
Then I decided to went to NGC to the Cult of Galaxy, and this is a single picture, and there's a lot of info of the galaxy. That was amazing.
Yeah, you're so lucky. You're down there. I mean, I always get teased about the sculptured galaxy. It's right basically on the horizon for me. It's so low on the
so
altitude,
low.
but yeah, but it's a very bright and magnitude and lots of structure, like you say, and so it's very nice. I hope I might be able to get an image of it, but it's probably going to be pretty washed out. But
You can try.
I'll definitely
Maybe.
try. Definitely try.
Well, this is in the Corona Australis, a part of the clouds of the galaxy, and this is globular cluster, and this is a little tiny galaxy here. I don't remember the name, and also the other reflection of the stars. I think this is the finally that I get. Maybe the process it wasn't very good, but
it's beautiful. Beautiful.
Oh,
I think
really nice.
The collimation was okay, but the light pollution, you can see it is very like stretching the image. So I need to go.
That's
to
nice.
You may find that with the improved flocking or baffling that you've done on your telescope may improve that a lot, and
maybe
may
yes.
also improve flats and all kinds of things, so.
Well, here's the Barnard galaxy, but I didn't stack it or process it, but you can see some little places of the galaxy. And I think this is the core. I never couldn't see it or take pictures of this place, but I only took maybe half an hour, something like that. But then I went to this planetary nebula, the Snowball Nebula. I think it goes like that. Maybe Cameron, you know this place.
I love this. This is so cool. This is like the Southern Hemisphere version of what I'm doing. That's great. I love it because no, these are very familiar. You're going through the same stages because you move from smartphone to the new astro imaging. And look at that. Yes, beautiful. Forgot. Yeah, this is an Aquila. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I only did some pictures to try to how is it going, and then what was this? This planetary nebula is from the south, but when I try to process, this is a very good place or very green area. You can see the center in the star, but there are also like an oval green.
It's like a helix nebula on an angle, right? But with a different nebulosity. Yeah, helical structure.
Exactly, something like that, but it's more thin, and the magnitude is very low. And when I do the DBA process, it doesn't see very, very good. But I love to capture these stars like this, with the spikes and everything. Also,
now these are just all single images, right? You're not stacking or doing any processing, right?
In this case, is a single image. But I think like I'm using the ASI Fitch viewer. There are maybe they have a automatic histogram. So if I reset it, this is the photo. When I put auto, it comes out. It's like a stretching pics inside.
I see.
Yeah, you know what you need to do now, Maxi? You need to get some master calibration frames, and then do live stacking, and then you'll take care of the vignetting, and then you'll get it really. Oh, and you'll need some flats, of course, right?
Yes, of course.
So,
but if I put out the camera, the flats will be off. And this is only a single place. Is in the south. It's a very. I never saw this galaxy. You know, it's very small. You can see when I
nice.
still coming up, it's going to be pixelated, but they have a little more arms to maybe capture. So it's a very good place to practice.
I love when you make discoveries like this, Maxi. Like you say, you find a galaxy like that has a special structure to it, unique structure, and it's not a famous one, but it has its own characteristics and details. And look at that. I mean, there's like when you zoom in, you see the nebulosity, the knots in the spiral arms, and
exactly
has a really neat
here
and beautiful structure.
Here,
yeah,
they have a lot to stack, but
it's kind of partially barred as well. Yeah, it's really neat. That's a really nice one. I love it. I recently discovered one in Pegasus. Forgot the number, but it was similar to that, where the arms were kind of really very tight, not tightly wound. They kind of a very strong bar, and then there was two arcs going totally opposite, similar to that, except the bar was much bigger. So they were the arcs of the spiral arms were like really far. So very neat characteristic galaxy. Love that.
And well, what I was also practicing, because I have Venus when I grab the telescope, I did some stack, and I can get this with
That's
this camera.
Venus? Whoa,
Venus.
That's good. That is not easy.
It's not easy because
Wow.
I have it maybe 30 degrees from the horizon, a little bit more at the afternoon, but it's very blooming. But I use a 3x Brollo and the camera, and I did the ROI process to do very small a picture and take almost 200 FPS. That's a lot. And then I stack it. I did when you were talking, I was processing this to see. I think it comes a very kind of brown clouds. I don't know, or I'm hoping to see that someday. But well, this is a very good picture of Venus, and I think in a couple of months it will be very more bigger
crescent shape. Yeah, bigger crescent. Yes.
So I will try to do it again. So well, that's all I think for today.
That's enough.
No, that's really cool, and I really love the Maxi. I love your, tour of Argentina. That's fantastic.
Yeah, that's
the
cool.
history, and that's really cool.
It makes you want to travel there and
yeah, absolutely. You take me to another place. It's great. It's great.
Sebastian, the another friend that we met this Sunday, he only has a AQ5 mount and an 8 inches telescope f5, but he also do these natural pictures of the Milky Way and everything, but he doesn't have a modular size mount, like for example in Star Adventure. But when I was put it on this Sunday, I was teaching him everything I was doing. And he says, you know, you have to be a teacher because I love to share to everyone who obviously want to know what I'm doing to help this person to maybe in the future when they have it, they don't have to pass over what I passed. So for example, this is it.
Well, I guess this kind of wraps up our night tonight, huh? Anything more that you wanted to add, Cameron?
No, that's great, Scott. Thank you so much, and it's always a pleasure. Really, really wonderful GSP Global Star Party number 60. That's awesome.
Number 60. So,
Nice work.
we sent out RSVPs for Global Star Party 61. The theme is the power of stars. Okay, so you know, the sun powers our solar system. You know, and you know, stars are, and it's only a very small star, right? So compared to other star systems, and so it's that is a whole subject into itself, a whole universe into itself. So, so I think that we can have a number of great conversations about that. I'm looking at the chats here, Maxi, and Flavio Chachi says, Maxi helped me with my motorized mount. And so that's
Yes.
great. That's great. So you have some followers out there. That's very cool. Yeah, and Maxi, anytime that you want to bring in on some of your club members, your friends, whatever, absolutely. You just let me know, and it would be fun to learn more about amateur astronomy in Argentina. That's for sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
I will let, yeah, of course, maybe they have to talk in English, or if they talk in Spanish, maybe I
Not
can
necessarily. We have a translator, you know, so we can do that. Yeah,
Oh,
why not?
okay.
Why not? So I gave some talks to amateur astronomers in Chile and Brazil, and they had a translator for me, you know, so that worked out okay. So, you know, if we have someone that that you can think of would be a good translator, then that's great. I mean, your English is great, so it's fine. So anyhow, for all of our audience that's still watching, wherever you are in the world, you know, thank you for being a part of Global Star Party number 60. We look forward to seeing you for Global Star Party number 62. Global Star Party number 63 happens on the birthday of John Dobson. And so some astronomers that were part of his group, the San Francisco Sidewalk Astronomers, the original guys. Some of them are trying to plan a star party, global star party with us. So, you know, the Dobsonian telescope and John Dobson created a revolution in astronomy. And Dobsonian telescopes are used all over the world, and you know, provided amateur astronomers with large aperture telescopes at a very low price, you know. So I met John Dobson one time. He was absolutely delightful. And so I was very happy and proud to have had that moment with him. Until that time, you guys have a great night. Keep looking up. And Maxi, thanks for hanging in there with the after party. Pekka, if you're still watching, good night or good morning. And Cameron, thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow. Okay.
You betcha.
All right.
Thanks, Scott. Thanks,
Okay.
Maxi.
Thank you to everyone. Good night.
Yeah. Good night.